Good morning. Oh, it's not morning, is it? That's a great start. Good afternoon. No, it is morning. Oh, whatever. Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2025 National Intercentre, broadcasting live from the Naenae Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary for this one by both John Macbeth and Peter Thorne. Looking forward to it, and we'll tell you what we're actually going to watch today. So it is a game of singles to start off with between Chris Kemain from Taranaki, who will take on Sue Hodges of Bay of Plenty. Peter, we're in for a good game, aren't we?
Oh, yes, most definitely. The conditions out here are going to suit us and the players for this particular game here that's coming up with the girls. As you'll just see, the last just that bowl that just come down by Sue's there. The speed of the green's been running well, very 16, 17. You may see Sue end up using a crutch. She's been battling a little bit with a hip injury there that from her success over the...
she played a huge amount of games, didn't she?
Yes, and I may take my hat off to her even being down here at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if it's, without going too far into it, she may need a hip replacement after the Intercentre or after the season's completed. But she's a real soldier. It's going to be quite good on this one here, Alex. At least we know with their bowls at the moment. We've got a white one and naturally the greenish bowl coming down here, the minty colour.
Well, they look like quite different colours in person, but they're remarkably similar on the on the screen.
Well, that's because you're a little bit colourblind, I think, mate. As I just said, I just try to say that one at 11 o'clock may be shot, and the other one over there at maybe 1 o'clock is...
They have all got their centre stickers on them as well.
Yes.
Always nice at an Intercentre, we have that. So Sue Hodges, she's played an incredible amount of bowls over the last few weeks. She had a very good run at the Somerset Nationals that was in Canterbury, skipping a four to the final of the women's fours and then being one half of a victorious team, her and Dan Dickerson in the mixed pairs. So in good form, and we've seen Sue a lot at intercentre competition and inter-club competition, essentially playing the singles. She's a very good singles player.
Yeah, she's quite a determined lady. Yeah, and we've got 25, as you just see on the screen there, viewers. It's going to be the first to 25, so you'll see this first end here where they're just working their way into it, finding the length. It's actually a good way to start the game with more ditch to ditch, and you've got more control on a weight. Just that's going to get yourself into a rhythm. You'll find, I feel, after about 2-3 ends there, the girls will start finding where they're going to place the mat and place their jack, of course.
That's a handy bowl.
Yeah, I just seen through the book there, Alex, that Briar's not here, and I've tried to hunt around and to see was there illness or was unavailable, but it must be being kept very quiet at the moment.
We'll get John Macbeth on it.
Yeah, we might need a policeman out there, just more roving on that one there, I think, Alex, but that was definitely the shot there for Chris from the Taranaki team.
She's had a good record. I looked it up yesterday. Chris Kemain, she's won the Taranaki Open Women's Singles before, and I think in the last 6 or 7 years has been a finalist on at least 3 occasions, so a very good singles player. And we'll start off with one to Taranaki and see what the board says. Chris overthrowing the jack on that occasion. You can see too on the top right of your screen we have a picture-in-picture of the pairs game that is also going on, and that is because the way it works at an intercentre is it is centre versus centre, so you have a singles player, a pairs team and a fours team, and it is the centre that is able to win the most of those that takes you the match point. So we can see 2 of the 3 disciplines on our broadcast, which is nice.
Yes. I just see there, Alex, sorry to interrupt there, Sue's actually decided what length she wants. She just wants the longer length. Chrissy didn't throw the jack to where she wanted, so it was replaced. Not replaced, it was replayed. So Sue's actually showing her hand of where she's going to be playing the bowls.
Is that something you think's quite important in the singles games?
Yes, I always feel in the first I always say maybe 5 ends. That's, to me, that is one there, one back, one there, one back, and then you found yourself into some type of rhythm. But especially when you're starting off, it's classified as, well, not classified, it's basically one weight you're playing. Where if you're going to start playing a short 3 kilometre length, you're playing around with it a bit at the moment, and it is 25 shots. A lot of things can happen, but we saw a bit less happen yesterday in the singles match between Tony and that, where the game changed quite a bit with the kitty not being placed in the right position where he wanted it.
It's amazing the difference it makes, isn't it? Just being able to, I think even as the player, we spoke about it a bit yesterday, but and it sounds weird because the jack is not the same size as a bowl, but seriously, if you're in a good headspace, you deliver the jack and you know that you can get exactly that same weight.
Yes.
With the bowl. I don't know what the physics is behind that, because it doesn't really make a huge amount of sense, but it is how it feels. You deliver the jack and you go, cool, I now know the weight that I need to deliver my first bowl with.
And you're 100% there, Alex. Is when you actually rolled the kitty up there, or the jack, is basically you're saying to yourself, well, that's the weight I want to play that you've got in your hand. You'll see some bowlers, they'll just plonk the mat down straight away and they just put the kitty. You think they're not playing to their not thinking, but what it is, they've already set in their mind where they're going to place it.
We had a question yesterday, and I suspect the answer is no. But I'll pose it regardless. What's the rule about? So say in a hypothetical world, I'm playing you, Pete, and I deliver the jack, and I know it's going to finish within bounds. How soon can I play my bowl? Can I deliver my bowl before the marker has straightened the jack?
Well, to me that would be very similar to playing your bowl before a bowler's finished and laid to rest. So I would say in the game myself, you would definitely have to wait to the bowl and for the jack to be straightened to
then you can deliver your bowl.
Otherwise, you're playing to a movement, and it's not in play yet. It's not classified. To me, I would be saying the jack is not in play at the moment until it is set into position. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I think you're 100% correct. It just feels sometimes as a player, if it's feeling good out of your hand, you've delivered the jack, you almost want to deliver your bowl as soon as possible, having delivered the jack. But you do have to wait. I'm sure you have to wait for it to be centred.
Would you say who's got the shot there? Would you be playing the other hand there, the one at 1 o'clock, and push it through and try and sit that bowl there, and you might get 3?
Yeah, for sure. And that's not what Sue's going to do, but I liked your suggestion.
How come I can't see that on my screen, mate?
I've got eyes everywhere. I have glasses, so I've at least 4 of them. This could be unlucky.
Oh, there's the shot. That's
Lovely
the shot.
bowl. Yeah, good shot. So you were suggesting the similar weight, but on the backhand.
Backhand, yeah, play onto her own bowl. The other way there, if you're coming inside, you could have ducked right across. It looks like a measure. The wind looks like it's picking up there, Alex, by the sounds of things.
Yeah, you can hear it in the ambient mic.
I just was going through last year's program there that I see Chris wasn't in the Taranaki team there, so she's played her way into this team at the moment. I'm not too sure if it's on Brian not being there, but I always maintain I feel it's quite important that we've got our marquee players or star players playing in these events, Alex, that this is what a lot of the other players are wanting to play against our best, and it makes them play better as well. So
yeah, I think you get a good mixture at these intercentres and interclubs. We were talking yesterday, what I enjoy about them is you get the mix. You obviously have your star players, like you look out on the greens in front of us, and we've got Sue Hodges, who's just won a national title, Joe and Val playing for Nelson,
Correct.
etc., etc. The Auckland team, which is full of superstars. But you also, it's a chance
Liam
for
Liam.
Leanne Pulse,
Yes,
New Zealand
yes, sorry,
Blackjack.
yeah.
It's a chance for your really good domestic players to prove their point. We have a lot of bowlers in New Zealand who might not attend national championships for whatever reason, but play a lot domestically and are very successful domestically, and we often only see them at the National Intercentre and the National Interclub. And they can play they can play bowls. We see scalps taken left, right, and centre at these events.
Correct. That was very interesting there. What Sue actually did. I see the last end there that she did play the jack in a 2 metre length, and then Chris was over it actually. She was actually playing, but Sue was actually struggling with quite a few short bowls there, or not just on line. And she's gone back to a shorter length in the jack throwing. So
and it's worked well. That's
yes,
fantastic bowls.
This is a type of shot where you just want to draw one close and then maybe have a little tickle on it later. It's early in the stage, so just get another nice one close. You may see the difference between the male and the female playing at the moment is a lot of the guys might have a little go at that, but she's played a lovely bowl here, and that's
it's going to finish in a handy position, isn't it?
Yeah,
that 4 o'clock direction.
It's over, and as we all know in the game of bowls, short bowls don't count. Not very often, unless there's a drive and it goes up. What's your thoughts on the 25, Alex? Do you think I've just had a few comments and people just are talking and how it goes, because we're playing a lot of sets now, and 21, and this is just a 25 shot event at the moment.
It's probably the only event in New Zealand currently that is first to 25 shots.
Yes,
I don't mind it.
No,
it's quite nice to have, I think, and we call the Intercentre, well, it's our premier domestic event. I think it probably makes sense to have it go to 25. This is a poor bowl from Chris. She'll be disappointed with that one.
Well, that's where I thought Sue's got a great opportunity here of getting a 4, and it's going to put the heat on her straight away onto Chrissy here.
Chris would have preferred to have kept the same weight that she played with her second bowl, I think.
Yeah, mate, that's not even bowl over the head that would have made Sue play a back bowl herself. I noticed in the last game we were out there, Alex, and we were just viewing the players and just trying to get a bit of insight into the game. Chrissy actually has got a bit of an upshot, so we'll see what she can do here. It's early stages, so no. You should be disappointed in that because you're definitely 3 down. I would have liked coming through that white bowl, with her third bowl and just playing right down to that, and then, got it out of the way if she was a bit wide, and that way there it's just a dead draw shot.
Yeah, it's not ideal, and it's going to be at least I would say a 3 to Sue Hodges on the second end.
I'm pretty sure that she'll repeat this again by just that 3/4 length, Alex. It's very good. The weather out there is actually about 18, 19 degrees. There's not that much wind. We have little gusts, I think, at the moment.
It's lovely, really.
Oh.
Although I've weighed down the cameras quite considerably.
Yes.
Just in case, and I think because I've done that, we will have no wind at all today. So that's it's maybe a slightly longer end, but still on that shorter side.
She still gets a bowl veil very smoothly with carrying a wee injury, so she's very focused on Yeah, here we go. It's good bowling here. She grabbed that. Yeah. Just a little bit running on well, isn't it, Alex? You know, like I think if you're not going to take your green a bit, you might get a bit crucified. But I'm sure these two here will adapt to this.
It's lovely, lovely conditions, and the 3 greens here at Naenae are so well maintained.
Oh, credit to the greenkeeper and the staff. He's got that pool over there is amazing, isn't it, Dave? They've got the young ones there looking through the window at the bowls. Our future bowlers are up there.
Yeah, it was quite nice. It was quite cool, really, as they have obviously like grandstands up along the sides of the pool facility and windows that face towards the Naenae Bowling Club. And you and I were watching the final stages of, I think, the first round, and glanced over up to our left, and there's about 20 kids who, instead of watching the swimming, were watching the bowls.
Yes.
That's a nice bowl. Switched hand to do it as well. Switch to the back end.
Yep. You just not that second bowl just not been effective, I think, there, Alex. When it's sitting on it there, just may play a bit more weight to his bowl, turn her bowl through the head a bit here. Yeah, it's just making it a little bit harder now that she's got to try and play inside her own bowl now. We maybe before just to sit that bowl there sitting at 9 o'clock.
One and a measure down, I heard from the marker. Oh, that was a very smooth delivery there from the Taranaki player. Smooth as silk. And let's see what sort of bowl she's played, just on the wide side.
I actually don't mind that weight there, Alex, myself. You know, you sit the bowl, you clunk your bowl up through the head and play the old jar shot, as we say.
So I'll be disappointed with that one. Just falling short with a good line. And so it's Chris now with what you'd think would be very similar weight to her third bowl. Looking to rest through the, what may be the second shot bowl that you can see. Oh,
yeah, she
dropped
dropped
short.
Yeah.
That's disappointing.
Yeah. It actually took quite a bit off, you know.
We'll see if it's the 1 or the 2 to Sue Hodges.
I think maybe just a 1 in a good measure, I'd say, at the moment.
Call it 1.5.
Yeah. You don't want to be giving Sue too much of a go on this, because she plays a bit like Tony Grantham. Once they get a rhythm going, you're gone.
Oh, you'll get smothered, eh? You know,
Yeah.
I think I suspect what Chris will be thinking is if she could stay within 5,
Yeah.
then you can mount a comeback. But the moment your opposition gets sort of 7, 8, 9 in front, you're asking for Sue to have maybe 3 or 4 poor ends. And
a couple there, I'd say.
That's hard to match. So it's a good start from Sue Hodges, 6-1. The score now in the race to 25. Just a reminder that the best place to go and find results is results.bowlshub.co.nz. There was 2 sections that played yesterday, one in the men's and one in the women's, and everyone else started off this morning, and the results should be in now-ish if you want to have a look and see how your district is faring at this National Intercentre. It's always one of those ones that's keenly watched, isn't it, Peter?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, there's a good opening bowl there. So you found your weight. You're dictating now. You've got the jack in hand and the mat, so you're away.
So it feels quite important for Chris to steal on the end back, doesn't it? And then she can set her length.
Yep. And I'm pretty sure she'll go to the ditch again, ditch to ditch, and hopefully it stays on board. And that's the importance of the jack control. When you've got the jack in hand, naturally you've scored, but that is actually a big part of the game of singles is your jack throwing, and in all the other disciplines, but mainly, especially in the singles. That's good stuff. Very, very consistent at the moment. And that's what I was saying about it takes, I always say 4 ends to get yourself on track.
Yeah.
I could be wrong sometimes, but
4-ish makes sense because you get a couple of one direction and a couple in the other.
Yep. I'm just finding here from Chris what she's actually doing is that second bowl where she's played a honey. It's not actually coming over the head and then correcting. Normally what tends to happen now is that because of the shorter bowl that she may have just played, you do tend to put on a bit more weight and you'll go through the head to correct. Sue would be disappointed in that one, and I'm not being horrible, but she's just played two nice bowls, and I'm not too sure if...
I think just
bit of wind.
Nah, she just wouldn't have
just played a bad bowl.
Wouldn't have got it away as well as she would have liked to.
But this is quite an important bowl here that Chrissy plays.
You can see it.
You see she's ducking. You might let her up here.
Clean run underneath it, perhaps.
Yeah, this
hold. Oh, that's lovely weight, isn't it? Level with the jack.
Yeah.
Underneath, unfortunately.
Sue's got a good sighter there with that bowl at 9 o'clock there. That's just like a jack level bowl. If she can just sneak inside that, naturally it's another one. Looks like a good track here. It's just her weight now. Alex, they're usually coming home from there.
Oh, that's a beautiful bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good bowl.
What a shot.
Well, you'd be wanting to play the other hand. Now you've got something to sit. Even if you played just a metre to it.
Lining up on the back end.
Yep. Yeah. How's your weight? You're on a good track. Well, the weight was all right. Yeah.
Look at this.
That's a great. That's a good bowl.
Yeah, outstanding.
I like those type of shots because you've always got something to sit on.
So it's cut it right down to just the one shot there from Chris. So the score now is going to be
7-1.
7-1. Well done. That's good adding. And I can tell you, I just had a look at the Bowls Hub results for this section. So we're watching currently section 3, and they've obviously just all played one match this morning. Bay of Plenty won their match. Taranaki won their match, and Thames Valley won theirs. So good start for Thames Valley, Bay of Plenty and Taranaki. Central Otago, South Otago and Northland going down this morning because this is section 3 that have only just started. There's plenty of water to go under the bridge. The easiest way to understand sort of how it works, if you go to Bowls Hub, results.bowlshub.co.nz and go to the ladder section, which is 4 across on the top and then go through the sections. There's like a cut line as you would see in golf, and it is the top 2 centres that go through after section play. I can tell you that in the completed match of Taranaki's against Central Otago, Taranaki won the pairs 18-12, the fours 19-8, and Chris was defeated in a mighty battle against Debbie Jackson 25-21. So Chris lost her first game, and across in the Bay of Plenty match win, where Bay of Plenty defeated South Otago, it was 25-10 to Sue in the singles, 24-10 in the pairs with Kay Bunn and Minna Paul, and the fours was drawn 17 shots apiece. And if it comes to a count back, which it may well do in this Intercentre, to see who qualifies for the top 2, I often wonder when you see a draw get through, imagine if that was the difference between qualifying from your section and not.
I think that's quite important. A draw in this type of event is just as good as a win, and that's why a lot of coaches should be saying to their players, if you are going to lose the game, which I know we don't want to lose, but just make sure it's not by heaps, because I have seen over the years many times, and I think we could all say this here, that how many times we've lost of just qualifying on a points differentials.
Yeah.
So, you know, it can be frustrating that you are down, but you've got to remember the other two may have won their games, and you're getting hammered in a way. But just try and keep your differentials down as much as possible, and that's another big point that you could actually dip out on, is the points scored against you. Especially a half is just as good as 2 points normally.
Yeah. Very consistent delivery from Sue Hodges.
She didn't like that. She's looking at someone. Might still be the shot, but oh no, that's how well it rolls on, eh?
Yeah, it's lovely green.
Beautiful. And that's the difference of a player of her class, that Sue actually knew when it left her hand it was going to be heavy, because she was looking in another direction. So she knows what's on too. Chris is focused right onto this one, so it must be pretty close. She comes downhill. You might hear me say a few times. Just got good running.
Yeah, that's she's made a correction there. She'll be pleased with.
Yeah. Sue may play her other hand now.
As we said, it is important for Chris to she doesn't really want to trail by more than 5 or 6 shots. So now would be a good time for Chris to find some scoring.
We just had a lot of big boys from Auckland turn fast here. Unbelievable. I'm just saying, what I'm going to say now is, the last end, when she was down 3 or 4, she was actually playing the other hand and nearly dead drew the shot. This and it was open. And now she's got to try and play around a bowl. And I'm just thinking, man, I did play a good bowl coming down before on the other hand and reduced. This one here, I've got to try and draw around it or inside it. She's got good weight to it, but she's might grab the jack here.
She could get a very... That's a good bowl there.
Yes, yeah.
Well played from Chris Kamain.
And that was the other opportunity. I know I might be contradicting myself here, but they're the other shots. What I always turn and says, use your own bowl, push it through, clunk onto it, and that was good bowl by Chris. But it was just something that I noticed, that she did play a good bowl coming down the last time. That was all.
This is when Chris is crossing her fingers that Sue blinks here.
Yeah, well, she should be pretty close here, the way they turn.
Oh, that's a nicely played bowl. Maybe just out of the count.
It drops, you never know. Poor old Mark has got a bit to do here, hasn't he?
Oh, so Chris is one down. So it was a very good bowl from Sue Hodges. It'll be interesting to see Chris just opting to draw the open on the open backhand.
That's the one I thought she may have before. She may be a bit heavy on this, the way her reaction was.
Sort of pushed it at the end. If she's through the jack, it doesn't matter though, does it?
If
she's through the jack in the right place.
She's got 2 shots here. Oh, I'm not too sure.
Oh,
how far away are we from that back bowl there, you think, Alex, on my screen?
Well, I thought she had gutsed it.
Yeah.
But she didn't quite. I think maybe 1 to Chrissy. We'll just wait and see what the players...
You don't like the minty one?
Opt for. I think the bowl at 6 o'clock looks closer to me.
I haven't seen this one
Sue
before.
praying. Can never get my head around.
1 down.
Yeah, so it was worth 1 to Chris. That's exactly what she was hoping for.
Yeah.
And now scored again 2-7. And this is where we are very likely to see a different jack length.
Yeah. Just getting back to that again, Alex. Now you've done that, Chrissy's playing that hand coming down. Wouldn't you want to play that hand coming down again?
Yep.
Because she's actually played 2 very good effective bowls on that.
Yeah, so we know that that's a...
She's actually found a lot.
Playing nicely.
Yeah. You know. And this where Chrissy just opened her up. And I think when she did lose control of the jack before was when it went dead, and Sue jumped in and played a shorter length. So, you know. And she's keeping in range too. You know, like, 'cause as we know, it is 25 shots. So
it's got the potential to be a very long game. But you're playing someone like a Sue Hodges, who we know is in good form. It is about you stay within Cooey and then take your chances.
Yeah.
Just gets it away so sweet. Hasn't, and has been a very prolific winner for decades. Has Sue. She was in Dunedin first, where she won maybe 13 or 14 centre titles, and has then more recently been domiciled in Tauranga, where she's at least matched that tally. And as well as that, has won the Taranaki Women's Open Fours, and then in defence skipped herself through to a final this year, and won the New Zealand Open Mixed Pairs, etc. You can see how with the bowl like that, first one of Sue's, Chris will be very disappointed because she set the length, fell very short with her first bowl, has made a correction with her second, but is probably going to be 2 down in about 20 seconds. And you just think to yourself, I've put all this effort into scoring, I've set the length, and now look, I've played 2 bowls and I'm too light. Beautiful bowling from Sue Hodges.
So would you be playing the other hand now?
I would be switching to the backhand because there's a bowl to rest on.
2 of them to sit on, and then you just play a metre to it. If you are a bit tight, you're getting rid of that short one that you've played.
Interesting.
Well, very hard to dare draw the shot there.
Oh, that's the challenge, isn't it? Is that the shot that to play on the forehand, you have to be within 3 or 4 inches, whereas on the backhand you can afford to miss by a little bit more and get a
metre over. Yeah. So sit either the second shot bowl there, or the shot bowl, or hopefully the jack jumps out in front of you. And then not only that, you've got a bowl over the head. I think a few viewers would be agreeing with us on this particular one. And you could possibly be going down a 4 if you don't get very close. Oh, no, sorry.
Hasn't quite made it.
No.
So this is an interesting decision. It almost makes sense if you've persisted with the forehand to try and draw a second shot on the forehand now for Chris. It almost feels like it's too late to switch to the backhand side. Too light on the head.
Oh, I'd play the backhand.
And she is doing so that's good news.
She should have played the second one. But we're not playing the game, Alex, so
I've played a bit of bowls and commentated more, and it's certainly a lot easier to commentate. This was my fear, is that you've only got one bowl to try and get it right.
Yeah. Never lost the game sitting on the bank.
No.
Never lost the game.
Never played a bad bowl.
Never ever, mate. I used to get blisters on my hands clapping my own bowls.
So here's a bonus shot here. Psychologically too, this is to get to 10 shots for Sue, so she'll be trying extra hard. First into double figures in a game of singles is always a nice way to start.
She can afford to be anywhere here.
Yeah, well played.
Yeah. Just clunked that. Yeah. 3 good bowls, Sue, and yeah, that jumps out. Another good. It's a good game in the pairs there. I've been keeping a little eye on that as well, and I was just trying to think of the ladies that are playing in the pairs.
It's Kay Bunn and Minna Paul for Bay of Plenty, and for Taranaki. Who have we got?
Yeah, I know the books before we used to have. I remember the Mia Paul there.
The thing with the National Intercentre is that you pick 8 players and you can put them in any positions.
Yeah. I think Mia Paul, off memory, her son was a very good bowler from down there. I'm not too sure if it was Arawa Bowling Club or Nongataha. No doubt I'm going to get someone getting hold of me, but I remember I used to go down there to a tournament, the old Nongataha tournament at Easter. It was brilliant, and I remember the family well, but over the years I sort of like fell apart. I didn't go down as much, but I went with a few guys there from Kahu Bay, Cal Talbot and the Ramakas and that, which is a very good tournament they used to have, and Robin McGorham and Mixie Phelan. But I remember the family well, but I just can't remember what club they played at, but the son was a very good bowler as well, I'm pretty sure. Mind you, I'm talking 30 years ago, Alex. Maybe when you're still in nappies.
30, how old am I? I'm 31.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, I probably would have been.
You would have been nappies. Yeah, I did, nappies.
And I can tell you that the, how about watch the bowls? The pairs combination from Taranaki is Rhonda Adams and Trish Howard are playing the pairs from Taranaki against Minna Paul and Kay Bunn. You spoke about the Nongataha Bowling Club.
Yes.
Pete, I've played there as well when I was in Tauranga. Beautiful bowling club, and they have a relationship, my recollection, I think next to it is the rugby,
correct.
isn't it?
Hickory come from there.
They may even share a club rooms, I believe.
I think they do now, mate. Yes, you're so right, yes. Great social club there. Sorry, yes, and...
oh, it's lovely. It's good. It's good.
We had lovely times down there. It was the old days where they used to have a shuttle, and you'd go home, refreshing up, and then they'd have every night there was an evening.
Oh, how good.
It was. There's 2 great big bowls here by Chrissy. You must get back into this. I think old Sue will be quite interesting if she just touches the jack here.
She's giving herself that chance.
She's looking.
She's got those 2 bowls to the bottom of your screw. Oh, I thought she was on her backhand.
I thought so, Sue, to hit the shot bowl, sit the shot bowl.
As you, where am I? If you look at it, the scoring area for Sue, when I press the right button.
Yeah, please.
Why isn't that working? No, but we'll never know. The scoring area for Sue is the 2 mint bowls that sit in the sort of 6 or 7 o'clock direction.
And to sit the white bowl at 1 o'clock, would you be playing that and just get half of the
white bowl at 5 o'clock?
Oh, yes, sorry, yeah. The white bowl, sit it down.
Careful.
Well, she's going to sit it here and may sit the shots out, so you can just come back up.
Oh, that's a really good bowl from Chris from Taranaki. Probably holding 3 now.
Yeah, so...
I think bowler jack on the backhand for Sue's the call. Oh, she's got the backest bowl as well.
This is where it was made a liar of me from the last time I said that she may be coming down the other hand here, and now she's played 3 beautiful bowls. And this is the shot I thought Sue may have played first. Sorry, third bowl. She don't like it. Where's it coming? Is it coming into... Yeah, she wasn't a good weight. Maybe the green a bit more. You got nothing to lose here, just sitting that mint bowl again there. That's where we'll call it the mint bowl, the greeny bowl there, and you sit that, you could get a 4. You got nothing to lose. You come off your wing bowl there at 9 o'clock. Have you got that little...
I was trying to get it going before.
Sorry.
But it doesn't appear to it doesn't appear to work. It's called a telestrator.
Oh,
it's
sorry.
brand new technology that we've got here.
That's a big word. That's bigger than wheelbarrow.
And wheelbarrow is always famously a surprisingly long word. No, the telestrator, I've got it in front of me, Pete, but it doesn't really want to work at the moment, which is a bit annoying. We'll figure it out. I'll work on it. We'll see if we can get it going by the end of...
I think it's great, that.
Oh, it's been nice when it works, it's great, because I could point at what I'm trying to explain to people.
Yes.
However, it hasn't worked on this occasion, and we're going to see Chris score... Is that 2 that's been conceded?
I think 2 there, yes. Longer length again, you think, Alex?
Well, it's working at the moment, and it was a 2, wasn't it? Where are we? 2.
Bay of Plenty just scored in the pairs next door. They're going well. 4 all.
Yeah, it's a good game. Minute Pool, that we spoke about before, seems to be ageless as well.
Yeah.
And Mark is standing directly in my way. Can you see how many shots it was to Chris from where you're sitting, Pete?
No, I can't actually, mate.
It's behind. Oh, I see a 4. Oh, so that's 2.
2?
10-4, that's what I put up. Brilliant.
Yes. No, you're correct.
We're there. We're getting there. This is good stuff from Chris, isn't it? Just staying...
Yeah, well, that's
in touch.
That's what we're hoping, that just doesn't blow away from her. And she's been playing a bit more consistent at the moment. You know, like that time there with 2, and she's actually done some good reductions there, and drew a shot on that other hand coming down. So that's going to give her some confidence there. But you just got to keep your mind focused, and especially in singles, it's quite a lonely position. You got no one else to look or talk to, and
you have to try and stay. I think the singles players that we see be more successful are those who can stay at the same level the entire time.
yes,
It's very easy in bowls to just let it drop off a little bit. You have 2 or 3 ends where maybe you've allowed yourself just to wander a little, and suddenly, if you do that in a team game, you've got teammates who can salvage.
carry.
If you do that in a singles game, you could drop 8 shots in 3 ends.
More, yeah. And not only that, I feel sometimes too is, even with the good bowlers, you can get into a little trap. You can actually end up playing nearly how they play. Like if they start flowing wide, you tend to play wide as well. And that's where, the good guys will come in and actually start hammering it.
Yes.
Where
It's one of the looser heads we've seen.
yeah. That's what I mean. Now she's coming down, she's playing that hand on the back end. So, and it's hanging out a tad, so... Ooh.
All your fault.
Oh, mate. Someone might have gone up and told her. Pete said, do this. Not many people listen to me, Alex. My wife doesn't.
Hopefully she's not. Hopefully she's not listening. No, that could be. It's a dangerous.
Oh no, she's quite good at times. At times, notice I said at times.
Oh, very magnanimous of you.
Oh, I have to, mate.
So that's going to be, what's that? 2 shots to Sue. So immediately striking back and taking a 12-4 lead.
And that there is again, and it's not knocking Chrissy. It was a 2-metre jack to be delivered, and I think she's got more control on the longer length there. Going down, we'll say going down to the pool area, which the viewers will see is the big building, and it's got a little yellow castle outside there that keeps the scoreboards and that.
It's not there. Oh, and we've seen the jack misdelivered again.
Yes.
Seen this a few times, and you don't expect to see it. To be fair, you don't expect to see it at this level, Pete. The jack not delivered correctly.
Well, I thought the way Sue's been playing, I thought she may have just stuck to her 3/4 or a bit shorter. That way there, I thought that she's just trying to play into Chrissy's hand a bit with the longer length.
I've had a thought too. Sorry to interrupt, and
That's
we'll
quite
introduce
all right.
John shortly. And it's rare for me to have a thought, but I've had a thought because I've been becoming increasingly irritated by jacks being misdelivered. So I've tried to campaign during both nationals that if you don't deliver the jack correctly, your opposition should get to place the jack wherever they want, which I think is good. And I think why not go one step further? And this is a little bit more radical. But if you misdeliver the jack, they should be able to place the jack and move the mat wherever they want. Just really punish these people.
Well, I totally agree, and it's more for watching the game as well. Speeds it up. Not only that, it penalises you from not delivering your jack right.
That's all my thought was. You can talk now, John, if you feel
Well,
so moved.
Well, the subject has come up a few times now, and I was particularly reminded of it when I was over at. I've just come from the Johnsonville Club,
Yes.
where some competition is being held on the best greens in Wellington. I would suggest they're just receiving so many favourable comments over there. But Hamish Wilson was playing, and we saw Hamish yesterday in his singles match against Tony Grantham, and he must have misdelivered the jack 6 times. And he came over to me and said, "Did you like my jack delivery yesterday?" So he'd heard about it. No sooner had he said that than he put the jack into the ditch again.
Oh, no.
Off the mat. And he yelled out from the other end, "You didn't capture that on TV, did you?" So we're going back to that comment, because that it is a time thing. It should give the opponent a chance to just put everything, to just take control of the end. And in fact, they do, don't they? They can place the mat wherever they like, but they should be able to just put the jack where they want it. And I also asked an umpire about, Alex and I had a conversation about, does the jack necessarily have to be dead straight and half an inch that way and half an inch this way? And the umpire said it has to be on the white line. I said, okay, that's fine, because in so many places, this is an exception, there are no white lines, are there? So you just put it somewhere where it's nearly straight. And we had a few other conversations, I think, Alex, didn't we?
It's been interesting.
About the jack and its placement. And the other thing, Peter, was when you're throwing the jack up, do you have to wait until it is straightened before you deliver your bowl?
We've just been talking about that
Good,
while you're travelling over, John. Yeah. Yes. But Alex might be able to inform us more on that.
I didn't ask about that.
My opinion was. My opinion, John, is because the jack is still in motion.
Yep.
That it's not
laid
to rest.
But you can before it's straightened up. Once it's stopped and.
Once it is,
yeah,
yes. No, it should be straightened up to the line.
Okay.
I
think you probably have to wait. We decided you probably have to wait.
Yeah.
Which is a shame.
But I know some good bowlers, I could imagine like the old days there, and I bringing up a bit with Ivan Kosnich. Like he's so that quick, he's just bang straight away.
Yeah,
and then you
jack goes and bowl goes.
Yeah, Unky would just turn around and just say, "Don't tell me what to do," and just so you didn't want to have a stand-up argument, not like now, but yeah. But getting back to this end here, this is actually quite different, because Sue put it in the ditch. Chrissy's asked for a long length, which Sue was wanted a long length. So they reverted back to the long length, and I thought maybe Chrissy may have pulled them out because she's back in it's in scoring range, but she's drew 2 shots. But Sue going for a long length and the jack went in the ditch. It's just a little bit different from the way they've been playing with the 3/4 to a shorter length. The mat is up a wee tad.
Wee bit, yeah. So Sue is, as you would have mentioned, been so remarkably consistent, and such a fine season, and particularly this year, such good results coming her way with those lime fizz.
We got the lime. We called them mint. We called them the mint fizz.
They can only be lime.
We
called them the mint fizz.
I can't believe I didn't remember that. That's what she insisted.
No,
I know she goes on. We just go the opposite.
Okay,
but no, I totally agree. Mint.
Yeah.
A little bit like your jacket you've got on there.
Yeah, why have I
John?
got a jacket on today? Because it's quite warm. Oh, you've got one on too.
Actually, it's quite nice in here, isn't it? With the window open for a change. Usually it's the sweat box, isn't it?
Yep, that woman's got one of my jackets on.
Oh, thief.
And to see Sue wandering around with a walking aid, clearly it's playing up quite dramatically.
We were mentioning that, John, about how stamina she must have.
Yeah.
When the national mixed pairs and she's a real trooper at times.
Yep.
What was that score?
Just the one there, mate.
To Sue?
Yes.
So 13 for the score now in the race to 25 shots, playing solid bowls.
Yeah. This Bay of Plenty team next door, just climbing away a bit there. I've been watching a few of the ends there where they've been holding a few, but the skip's just coming in and plonking that one in. They were getting one, and that last end there, they just grabbed a few extra shots, so they're starting to get a little bit of a command lead there.
It's so frustrating, isn't it, when you're playing against a skip who constantly does that, eh?
Well, you
okay, boys, we're holding 4. Oh no, we're not. We're down 1.
Yeah, one bowl Charlie they called.
Yeah.
I actually like it now, and I've had a lot of comments with the guys and the ladies too, how we've got the split screen at the moment with the pairs as well that they can view as well, and maybe we're not commentating on it, but they've got a good visual of what's actually happening.
Yeah.
So it's involving maybe three different types or 6 people actually, with the pairs going and the 2 singles. So there's always something happening that their team members can view, or their supporters.
Yeah, that's the intention for events where you're following a match. So it's important to know how the singles, pairs and fours are going. We thought to split a screen in half makes it very challenging to commentate, because you go cross-eyed trying to watch 2 games. But if we put the pairs game in the top right corner, and we can always switch the pairs game should the singles finish first, makes a bit of sense.
You've been doing a lot of thinking lately, Alex.
It's a dangerous thing, I tell you.
What do you reckon, John? We've got to break the ice somehow, mate.
No comment, eh?
No comment. So you never get into trouble.
No.
My father always used to say that. You haven't got anything nice to say.
Shut your mouth and you won't get in trouble.
Dead right.
Yeah. I don't know whether he did.
I've only just started to learn that one.
Better late than never, Peter.
We're just talking about the shot option again there, Alex, about coming down on that backhand.
Well, that's this. I mean, I think for a lot of people that would be the shot they'd see, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You play onto, it gives you the options there.
Yeah, sit and bowl.
Yeah,
and
you've got
Sue's actually coming down to it, and she played a lovely bowl in there.
Yeah. She moves the jack, and she's got another
3. She's got 3, and they're solid bowls too.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd be running that.
Played.
You'd be running that in the ditch now, wouldn't you?
If you were a fiery Taranaki bloke.
We saw the last few ends she played, John.
Yep.
And she doesn't mind playing up through the head. See, we saw her play a few.
Well, she's not looking for a.
Well, she's not playing that
green
weight
here, but
that's good weight. At least it's over.
Yeah. Gives her options. That's 2 back bowls.
Sue would have to go to the back now. She's got 2 or 3 there, so she just want to cover. She could go 3 down if she plays it right. Chrissy plays a good bowl. Sue just needs to go more. Try and cover the tee a bit more.
Then again, she might just say, okay, you have a go at that, I'll
Oh, no, she played
set
over.
the challenge for you. No, she's just played this perfectly around the back, so
she
she
just-
now has the back bowl.
Yeah.
Good, sensible stuff.
Yeah. Chrissy's actually got to come inside that bowl there. I think that's what we could say. What's that, about 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Roughly in there, and then even if she sits the other bowl at 9 o'clock and then or gets half the kitty, could go over for 2,
I think
3.
she's going the other hand. Yeah, because her own bowl's there, so that's all right. She can hit that.
Yeah, but
She's just to wait there, really.
yeah, but what I'm saying there,
Yeah.
John, is if you're coming inside, you're going to reduce. Where
Yeah.
that way there, you only it's a clean shot. That way there, if you do miss, you're going to reduce.
So she drops 2, maybe 3 there.
Yeah. We were talking before, John, that we just wanting Chrissy to keep in contact. 4 or 5 shots behind.
Yep. Because that 25 is different, isn't
Oh,
it?
it is. It's
yeah.
very similar. I know we're talking about singles, but I look at we are talking about the singles, but it's very similar to like fours, where it used to be the 25 ends, and the game restarts again on about the 18th end. How
Yeah.
many games you see where you could be quite a few behind, the next minute it's another 8 ends before the game's over.
And 15 at 15-4, so that's 2 more. It's really time for Chris to try and do something here. You can't be more than 11 down. First to 25 is helpful, so that still feels like there's a chance here, but Chris is going to need to...
Of course, he's got to win 21 points just at the moment.
yeah. Is there a way back, Pete? What's the solution here?
Just dig in and hopefully... don't want to say it. Sue's hip plays up quite badly, and then that may be the other way. But no, I hey, just grab a 3 and give yourself some bit more. I was going to say encouragement, a bit more fight.
Keeping in the game is just scoring.
Scoring, even if it's 1 or 2, and just niggle away and just don't play anything silly at the moment. Show your frustrations.
I was over watching another of the singles games. Joe Edwards playing Lisa White, and no matter what Lisa was doing, Joe was doing it better. So it was about 9-0, and then Lisa played a couple of bombs, and suddenly that game sort of changed around, and she had a bit of spring in her step. But such classy bowls.
Yeah,
Both great bowlers, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lisa, she's good form at the moment as well, and we were going to get you on a bit of a roving report for us. No one wanted to talk to me, John, about a player not here, Blair, and we're trying to find out, you got any of your skills of drawing information out of people without a gun in your hand?
No trouble.
I'm sure you'd find that out for us.
So Briar, is it? You talk?
Yeah, she's not here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she's working, I believe.
Yeah, work is more important at the moment.
Yeah.
She's got a big season ahead of her. No, we just asked a few questions, and no one was sort of giving us much info.
That's the juggling, isn't it, that you have to do with this game,
course.
because obviously the players are all amateurs.
Yep.
And we have quite a lot of bowls.
Well, Canterbury made that late change in the men's, didn't they, with Kelvin Scott? He's got a virus of some sort, and it's been hanging around for a while, so they made the late change.
Yeah. Oh, no, work's very important now, especially if you're, we'll say the elite players that we've got that, some of the people that do employ them, they've got to have a business to run themselves, and they need staff. So they've been very lenient on them. I think over a year, if you're an elite player, you'd be off work at least 3 months of the year. The way the
you've got to have generous employers.
And
things are different to they used to be.
Yeah, but it's quite good knowing that she has got work, because you always get these people that are always very suspicious about things, and didn't turn out very nice for Sue.
So actually, we were talking about how does Chris get into this game.
Well,
and this is it. She's got the possibility of 3,
and with
the last bowl coming up now.
With Sue playing
she tried to run the shot off, and
Well,
was...
it looked like more of a run there, John. It was a bit of a heave-ho. Yeah, she
Oh,
she's
yes.
don't want to flick it back. Oh, look.
Oh, she's not even going to get it, is she? Oh, well,
Maybe.
maybe. Yeah.
I'll be very surprised with that. No, I'm not saying think the way our angle is.
Yeah.
We've got a different angle, haven't we, John?
Three would be optimistic here.
Yes.
Look at Alex. He's got 3 screens to look at.
I'm now looking at all of them at once.
So I think they agree on 2. Sue Hodges just did the finger measure. She's uses that a lot. She's very accurate. Quite often does it, as players do, and then, no, it's too close. I'll get the measure out, and then you think, why didn't you do that initially? But when you got hips that aren't working too good, you don't want to be bouncing down. And I'm surprised, actually, she doesn't use a lifter for her bowls. She's still obviously able to bowl, so that means she can get down and pick it up, pick her bowls up.
Very, very careful here. What I'm going to say is she was walking around with an aid before, Alex.
Yes.
To take a little bit of the pressure off her while she was resting.
I joked with her when I saw that yesterday. I said, this is for when you get beaten, you'll be able to have an excuse. Got an excuse, but look at me. I'm wearing a crutch. I'm using a crutch.
That's what I was very...
Nothing wrong with that word, Peter.
I said aid.
Hey. Yeah.
Aid.
So here she is on the mat, down at the far end, delivering on the forehand.
Very good.
So we've seen Chris pick up a couple here.
Yes.
So it's 15-6, and she really needed to make that first bowl of hers tell.
A bit more effective.
I don't believe that Chris has gone back-to-back in ends yet. Just thinking back to the times that she has scored, the next end Sue's always gone
plonk. She's woken her ideas up. That was a shocker run shot I played, so I got to knuckle down.
Yeah, it was really, if you want to win a game, you want to be scoring end on end sort of thing.
She might be holding a cup. One here, maybe 1 or 2. There's a few people coming in. It's Friday afternoon now, so a few of them will be having half days and coming down and watching the marbles.
There's plenty of it on around the place as well.
Yeah, this will take off here. Everyone walking, I always say that about the longer lengths. You just got to be aware that the players have been walking on it, so it tends to run a bit more freer. And that's where a lot of the good guys will start playing the mat up and the shorter to the ditch, and then hopefully the other opponent doesn't hook onto it and it'll go flying into the ditch. Usually you can run an extra half a metre to a metre when it's been worn. That's why that rule sort of like come out where it leads and 2 should be standing on the bank when that's a game, because then there's not so much wear and tear. And that's what we were saying.
Lovely goal.
Yeah. She's getting herself back into a little bit more consistency here, Chris. So just grab a 2 here, then you're thinking, that's only about 7 behind. So yeah, get a 2 here. So she'll take off now. Boom.
Right, so holding 2. Sue still has 1 to play, of course. She's picked it up and is ready to see what happens with this final bowl from Chris. She slaps her thigh a little bit, which is probably an indication that she's a bit awry. She's played that all right.
She should count.
Yeah.
It's only a dead draw here for Sue.
This feels like an important bowl.
Yes. Well, this is what we were saying before. Just chip away, and she got a 2 on that last end. I'm just saying, if she gets a 3 on that, that's 5 and 2 ends. That's a big difference. She's pretty close here, knowing her bowls. It's a good bowl coming up here. Tell you.
Oh, not quite.
Got a couple anyway.
That was almost that fourth bowl, wasn't it? The heartbreaker for your opponent.
One bowl, Charlie. Well, that's another 2, so she's doubled her score in 2 ends here. So that's the march she's wanting. Bit of kick back. That's 8, so she's only 7 behind. So still in the hunt.
Well, I think that's the first time she's gone back to back. Then
Yes, it is. Yeah, good signs.
Yeah. And she was drawing in the zone with that end.
And over there in the pairs, they've just sneaked up for 8 all, so it's anyone's game at the moment. They were just had that little buffer there of four shots before with the Bay, so that they've come back on that there. And
real powerhouses, aren't they, in New Zealand women's bowls? We've got Nelson over there, of course, and Canterbury as well. Auckland team.
Don't forget Kapiti.
Yeah. Well, they had a win this morning, so that was good. Yeah. Up against Nelson. I just put the hex on Val Smith before. It was quite good. She's playing in the peers.
What did you say, John?
No,
earlier about Carpety and
had a win.
They won their women's match, didn't they?
I don't know.
Yeah, they did. Yes, they did. Sorry. They beat Northland. I think Leanne Paulson won her singles against Lisa White.
Counties.
Counties. Counties. And, And then I believe, so if I believe what the women have told me, they won their pairs and fours.
Oh, very good.
Nice.
What's it been like? Because you've been more involved this year, haven't you, John, on the selection rep team sort of part of bowls? Have you found that experience?
It's a bit different, isn't it, Peter, when you're out there selecting and, with a small talent pool really for a place like Carpety, but it's been well worth it. I went over there to Johnsonville this morning and watched Carpety 10 play against Canterbury, so that's one of the most powerful centres against the Carpety team, which would be in the lower bracket, of course. And each of those players played out of their skins against Canterbury. It was, they were in certainly with a chance. It was only a second to last end bowl by Lance Pascoe that really made it difficult for Carpety to win the pairs, and they still had a chance with their last bowl. Lost by 2. Reese Harkins was playing Hamish Wilson in the singles. They were 20 all, so it was that sort of, and the fours missed by 3. They were 3 behind. So when you look at that, I think it's a real pleasure to be involved in selecting guys who are playing against some of the best in the country, and they give of their best. That's all you can ask.
You hit that on the head, John, and it's good. I'm not trying to say anything bad about the centre here, but the lesser centres can actually stand up and give these bigger guys a good run for their money. Chrissy will be a little bit disappointed here. She actually threw the jack there down. It was more of a 3/4 length where they've been playing a long one.
It surprised me really, because she had looked more comfortable with it a bit longer.
Yeah, bowl. There's going to be a couple down here. But no, you're right. Being a selector is totally different. It was like when I jumped on board. I was one of these players, and I got sick of everyone knocking the selectors and everything. So I just turned around and I said, they say. Sorry, I go back a bit here. I'm watching Sue's bowl, but a great bowl.
That's an excellent response, isn't it?
Sue's
just blinked a little bit, allowed Chris to get sort of onto your 8-ish.
Got to focus back here. But it is. It's great going back in and putting something back into the game when you're a selector. Like I was fortunate enough, I grabbed a few guys there, and we went through and actually won it. That's one of the only things basically I haven't been able to achieve, is to win a Intercentre. I've played in it a lot, but I've never won it. But I was very pleased when we got up and actually won it. So it's a great honour, John, as you say, being a selector.
And everyone looks forward to playing it.
It is. And I'm actually back now, as you know, with other ventures that I'm into now. And as you'd all know, that I was involved with the Pacific Barbarians team that was just up in Auckland there. We played in the big hexagonal with the other 7-8 provinces as well, and we gave quite a few of them a bit of a shock. And it's good. It's a good feeling putting your knowledge back into the game, John. And then I think with you, if your commentary and your thoughts of the game, you'd be highly respected in that manner. And I think if you've got respect from your players, they'll perform for you. So you keep it up, mate. You're going to have a lot of enjoyment, but sometimes when you do drop someone, you lose so many friends. All of a sudden you're the best man around, but when something doesn't go right, they become quite feral. So that's my only tip.
I think that's the same in any sport, isn't
it? Yes. But look at this, another one in the bin. I think I couldn't see from there.
Yeah.
Oh no, he must have just slipped on the edge. So sorry, viewers.
I think it might have been double miss, was it? Because I think
I
thought Sue dragged the mat out.
That's the second time that's happened.
So they both want to play the longer length, coming down to the pool pavilion. Very good in there, isn't it, John? We were saying we popped in last time we were here. We went inside and looked at that. Quite spectacular.
Yeah, it is. It's great.
Yeah.
And it's busy.
Oh, kids and everything. Yeah. It's got a lot of facilities. So, is anyone else helping you out, John, in your selection?
Oh, yeah,
or
I'm
your
just one of
soul
them. We've got a good convener, John Michael, whose son just happens to be an ice skater for New Zealand.
Yes. That's good.
Yeah, so he's got a lot of knowledge from a coaching and selecting point of view and how to handle people.
Yeah. And
there's a couple of others involved with it. So it's not a lonely job, and certainly wouldn't consider sole selector.
Oh, I like a sole selector.
Yeah.
That's when I got on board. That was one of my criteria. And it was mainly
it's only your fault then, isn't it?
Well, because I was, as you know, I was a player. I got a little bit tired of this bringing someone else in favouritism because of this and that. Yeah. But if you're going to do it, you do it yourself, and hopefully you have your backing from your board or the people that have put you in that control. And that was one of my stipulations that I'd like to do that. And I said, give me 2 years, and I'm not trying to make myself look good here, but I just said if I don't do it in 2 years, I'm moving out.
Yep.
And I just set some standards there that I wanted, and then you're not playing off, because I think sometimes it can be a bit of a play-off sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, without doubt.
And then you do get all the personalities in it, so this is just a little bit of a selector's point of view, but you know who you're looking at. As long as they're winning, I used to. I always used to say as a firm, I was quite adamant. If you got W's, that's your halfway.
Yeah, that's right.
I think Alex was involved one year when I was there. That was many years ago, wasn't it, Alex? But
when I accidentally tried to take some very blue steak, we were at this lovely accommodation. It had like a smorgasbord situation, and I'm obviously colourblind, and I thought they'd cooked the steak and had it piled up on a plate.
Oh.
I thought I'll put that on my plate, and I went to walk away, and Pete gave me a look, and the man behind gave me a look. And I went, what? And they said,
steak's
needs to be
raw.
Needs to be cooked.
I got a cannibal in the team.
I think I frightened Pete that day, but we got
yes, no, I just they're little things, yeah. Man, that was many moons ago, Alex.
It was. I didn't dump the bowl back then. It's okay. Look at this from Chris. Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
She needed that.
Well, it's good. It's good after just dropping your 3 year there, but I don't think Sue's got anything to lose by just trying to play the bowl and put it in the drink. You wouldn't want to be short.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
You got a wee nudge.
Yeah, you got nothing to really lose. And it wasn't that well, that was a little bit.
Just found some fresh air.
Yeah.
You can see there just how tucked in the jack was. It's a beautiful shot from Chris Kamang.
Yes. Well, she bounced back after 3, and she's got Chris is bouncing back from 3, and she's possibly could get her 3 back here.
You can see.
Maybe
even a 4.
No, she was had good weight for it too.
Yep. So a good couple there for Taranaki.
Onto double figures.
Yeah.
Just interesting. I'm just going through. Sorry, John.
Yeah.
The old Bowls New Zealand magazine, an issue for September 1999. Sue Hodges wrote a letter in. She at that stage played for the Businesswomen's Bowling Club in Dunedin, and she was responding to a letter that was complaining that the national results weren't, senior results weren't recorded in the magazine. And she said, I too am a weekend bowler and full-time worker. Last season I was runners-up in the Dunedin Open singles. This I'm very proud of, as I was a third-year junior at the time. This achievement was recognised by my club and other local bowlers, and I would never expect a national publication to publish these results. Congratulations on your achievement, and enjoy this season with new goals.
Well,
so always been a well-spoken
Yeah.
woman, Sue Hodges,
Yeah.
but writing in, found her a letter. 1999, Sue wrote into the Bowls New Zealand magazine, so certainly that would suggest this would be her 28th season of Bowls.
She was working with one of my brothers down there at the time in Dunedin.
It's interesting there was a businesswoman's bowling club.
Yeah. I don't know where that would have been. Certainly wasn't around when I was living down there a few years earlier. So now we have this singles match, 18-10.
It appears still locked tight at 9 shots to 8. Remembering this morning that Bay of Plenty started off with a win in their match, and Taranaki a loss. The first day of bowls today. The other 3 sections started today, and 1 section each started yesterday.
I'm just reading one of these books you have brought down here, Alex. It's the Bowls through the decades. Where could you purchase this one?
Yes, you could purchase it. That's a great question. On the Bowls New Zealand website, we have a Bowls New Zealand online shop, and Bowls Through the Decades is written by John Carter, who was, I think, maybe been the president of Bowls New Zealand at the time, but has very well...
Lives around here?
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
No, this is. I'll tell you what. Sorry.
Available, not very expensive, no.
Oh man, I've just had a browse through this, and it's got so much history in here, guys. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this in the bowls that I've played. That's got winners, South Auckland Centre, East Coast Centre, your memberships. It's got everything dated right back.
Oh, it's a great book.
Oh man, this is Ian Birch here, and I'm just browsing through a few of these. You've got the 2 Skoglund brothers there that won the New Zealand Open. That's a great achievement, and Philip Charles Skoglund is in the next page. The father and sons there. It's just awesome.
So we're wondering why. I wondered why you went quiet, Pete.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
a lot of good photos here.
Well, I was just looking here. You got Judge, you got Terry Scott, Jim Scott, Scud, and Driscoll there. The Scott family. There's a lot of interest here. That's man.
Yeah, it was written for the centenary celebrations of Bowls New Zealand in 2013 or 14, and it's still available for purchase here. So go to bowlsnewzealand.co.nz and have a look on the online shop if the history of the sport interests you.
Well, I'm definitely getting one of those. Maybe I get a discount.
No.
I'm just looking there. You've got one here of the Rotorua Gardens. We actually was playing there, and when I was involved with the emerging players team, we actually played an event there, and the tourist buses actually stopped and watched in this place here, and they actually were walking on the green. They didn't know that it was a green. They thought they just walked across the grass and were playing the bowls, but there was a dividing patch there.
Yeah, the government garden. Very scenic, isn't it? Beautiful.
Sorry, what's the score in the singles?
18-10.
Oh, I think that was when they introduced the caps, wasn't it? Was that?
Yes, it was. Yeah, as part of the centenary celebrations,
I think
cap numbers.
The MC or something for that. It was that they had. It was great because there'd been a heck of a lot of work put into it, with some wonderful old photos put up on the big screen of reflecting on the 100 years. It was brilliant. 1810, Sue Hodges then. At one stage she was romping away with this, but Chris has just sort of kept in touch. Another couple of ends to her would bring this game alive. She's decided not to play the shot. She's going to wander down and have a look. And the head looks quite advantageous for Sue at the moment, but there is an opportunity here for Chris to move that jack back, grab it. Well, if you're playing on down the left-hand side as we view it there, sitting the shot, tickling the jack back to her own and grabbing 2.
That's why it's worth looking at, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
With Sue Hodges with a bowl to come. I think we'll see, Chris on the forehand, so the left of the screen, as you say, John, looking to trail the jack back. If she plays with slightly less weight, it may be that you sort of sit in and off the shot bowl.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm back.
No,
Well,
keep reading. Yeah.
Man, I just come. There's one here that for the
Photo,
viewers.
yeah.
There's one here of a over 60s team that was selected for Tasman. Now, if you think to yourself, then you've got Ivan Kostinich, Pat Robertson, Sid Giddy, and the other gentleman up there, John Fitzpatrick. Now, man, that at that age there, at 60, they could have still been representing New Zealand.
Yeah. Sid Giddy, Christ.
Sid Giddy in that. Oh, and Keno looks like the manager. What a hoot. Man.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the books, Pete. It's
This is
He'll be taking that to bed with him tonight.
I think this thing might go missing, and I don't have to pay for it. What's that other one you got too, Alex? The New Zealand Bowler magazine.
Yep.
So
we'll lose you tomorrow
manages to
for
grab
New
another
Zealand.
one. Yes, a 19-10.
And there's my namesake just walked past, Peter Horn. Sorry, we're back to the bowls. 19-10. Sue looks like she would have the shot, I presume.
I put it on the scoreboard, but
Yes.
then they paused.
Yes. Mr. Rob Ashton there, one of the Wellington stalwarts down here, and he plays a bit up in Auckland now too.
Well, his name appears quite a bit in the records for the Intercentre.
Yeah. I was just going to... I didn't know if it was appropriate time to talk about the men at the moment, but I was... Like yesterday, we were talking about people that have won things like Neville Hill. There was a gentleman there, which, I've known Terry for, 40, 50 years through the bowls. He's actually won it 9 times in the same centre, which I think's the achievement.
Who's that?
Terry Scott.
Oh, Terry, yeah.
It is a record.
Yeah.
And he hasn't floated around like Bones. Neville Hill, to the viewers. But,
we went through his record yesterday, where he's won the most for a variety of centres, hasn't he? He's played won it for Dunedin and Hawke's Bay, Auckland, Taranaki.
Yes.
4 or 5.
Don't see that very often.
Great place for someone to stand.
Yeah. Must be sponsored.
It was called the Rothmans originally, wasn't it?
It
It was
was.
interesting as we wait for this game to start again, but the event's not quite as old as you might think. It was the early 70s when Rothmans, who were a supporter of sport for decades, as John mentioned, approached the New Zealand Lawn Bowls Association with the idea that they had a sponsorship that they wanted to offer, and the decision was to create an Intercentre event. And I think a good reflection of the Intercentre event is that in that first year, it was Northland, a Northland team, who made the final. And I wouldn't mind betting that in 1972 or 73, if you had done the books as if you did them now, Northland wouldn't have been one of the teams in the conversation. To make a final and lose it to what was the Christchurch Main Centre, because I think they had a provincial one then, was a fair effort. And we see that time and time again at this Intercentre event, where centres punch above their weight and often are right down to the pointy end and sometimes win it.
Mm-hmm. I was quite amazed. I don't know if viewers and listeners would know, but there was actually singles, pairs and triples at one stage too. It was involved through the Rothmans Intercentre then. And as you said there, Alex, it was quite amazing with the sponsorship in sports with Rothmans, and when you actually won a New Zealand title, believe it or not, we got a bag. We got some bags, and you could guess what was in the bags.
Even if you didn't smoke.
Yeah, well, yeah, there was brass. We certainly did, especially playing then when we did have a little puff, and then come along Lion Breweries. So they're all getting a good plug in there, and that was happening in the sport. And then there was a very good one where we're talking about the singles. It was called the Lion Masters.
Yeah.
And then the Manawatu come up one in Palmerston North. They had their one. And we're talking about 25 shots. It was 31 up we played.
Oh.
So there's a bit of history. The old boys that will be listening now, they would understand that. And
Stephen O'Driscoll was chatting about that over at Johnsonville this morning.
31 shots we played, and the only way you could get into that is if you won a New Zealand title or you won your centre singles. And we used to play till God knows. If you didn't finish 9:30 sometimes, and you had to go back the next morning to finish it.
You'd be quite thankful for the sponsorship at that stage then. At
Oh,
the end of the day.
they were very supportive of the bowlers. The bowlers weren't supportive of them. They supported us. So it was very good. So, yeah, and this Sue looks like she's put another one in there. And the you look over there now at the Bay of Plenty one there. They've just jumped away to a little buffer there. It was 8-all. So that's a good encouragement for Sue and the Bay of Plenty girls there. I think it's very important when your singles is on a good flyer like this at the moment, and then your pairs are going well. So you win 2-1, you're going to qualify. So it takes a lot of pressure off your fours then.
You can see it domino too sometimes, can't you?
Yes.
If your singles player can win their game as quickly as possible, in theory they could finish first before the fours and the pairs. The pressure starts to flow through.
Yeah, that's what we used to say to the guys. I think when I spoke before, Alex, was you get off the paddock first, then you can support your pairs or your fours. Normally your pairs is next to your playing, and that gives them a rev up. You look at last night's game there in particular, was with Tony and playing, and Raiko and Lance. It was quite neck and neck then. It was a great game, and nearly it could have ended up either way in the end. Raiko playing a shot, pumping bowls through, but it just gives you that little bit more of encouragement.
Yeah.
And I think you'll start seeing a lot more of that, John, when you're out there seeing the guys, and your heart rate goes up, and then next minute it drops and there sinks because you're in with such a big chance.
So what's the story here? That's one,
Single
isn't it, to
Sue,
Sue?
I think. Yeah.
So she's the first player to get to 20 now with that 10-shot lead and 5 away. So almost within check-out range.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chris just hasn't been able to be consistent enough. She's had shots there or thereabouts.
I thought after the last game we watched, Alex, that she did get beaten, but it was only a couple in it, and she showed great fighting skills, and
hasn't quite found that form so consistently. Chris played Debbie Jackson this morning that first round and lost 22-25 or 21-25.
Yeah.
And it was the last game going, so
good
there's maybe 6 or 7 ends alone on the green. Beautiful ends of bowls, and Chris has shown signs of that, but I think has been slightly less consistent.
Opening bowl coming in from Hodges. Both players using that backhand side. And a nice opener here from Taranaki. It's pretty good conditions. It was a bit cool this morning, I must say, but there's not much any breeze really to speak about here, and the sun's out, so it's a bit warmer, even though you'll find some players are wearing jackets. Certainly some of the spectators are, but It's probably because they know if they take them off and put them down, they'll never find them again.
Souvenirs.
No, just, where did I leave my jacket?
I just saw Mike walk with that. Yeah, that was quite a thing. Was make sure you kept your gear close to yourself.
May have done enough there, Chris.
Yeah, I think she may have.
Just looking
Played a
at the
good bowl.
marker to see what he says.
Oh, Sue would come down
Going
and sit
right.
that.
It's a measure, he says, so
Nothing to lose on a measure.
no.
Yeah, she gets it away good. Oh, she's coming down with a...
Yeah.
I'd be saving my energy, to be honest. Good home, good weight. Excellent weight. You could play at any weight now. Got some good back bowls. Yeah, that's the one. You got nothing to lose.
Right in the area.
Yeah, just got to touch it. Oh, might be. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, I would play a little bit more weight to that and squirt it. If she's one down, Sue's one down, I'll be playing a little bit more yard to it and go back to her 2 bowls. Her bowl's laying pretty safe. She can't take it out.
You just see her feet at the top of the screen there as she stops and turns around to have a mid-rink view.
That limp is must be feeling a few Voltaren and a couple of deep heat, I'd say, on that.
You can at bowls often you have the deep heat wafts.
Oh.
In the morning, doesn't it? When you're setting up, you can go. Right, there's some people who've.
He's a good bowl. Her bowls turn. Her bowls turn. Her bowls turn.
Too much.
Oh, she definitely won. Oh, 2.
Oh, good
Great
shot.
bowl.
Yeah.
Great bowl. That was the one.
Great weight.
Yeah.
But look, there's a lovely shot here for Chris. See how if she can play with that sort of delicate accuracy that Sue displayed.
I'd play. Yeah, you're right. Play maybe a metre to that. Even if
Yeah.
she come off the front bowl, which would say at 1 o'clock gets that back one as well, or gets half of it, it's going to squirt to hers. It's no difference if the kiddie did come back. She's still 2 down, but you got to give your bowl a chance here.
There's some really good singles matches and pairs matches going on.
She's not badly played, guys, I tell you. She gets half that edge. It's the weight. That was good.
The weight was absolutely perfect, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But it's not going to be. And 21 isn't the win yet, is it, for Sue Hodges?
No.
Because we are running to 25 shots. So 21 shots to 10 now in favour of Sue. Unless it's... oh, there we go. Yeah, just one. So 21-10 and 4 more shots before Sue can tick this one off.
Yeah, it's...
And something dramatic needs to happen for Chris. It feels like... well, she'd need to win again 15 shots to 3. 3?
4?
If she won 15-4, the other person's got to 25.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So 15.
so Sue's only got to score 4 and Chris has got to score 15.
Yes, yeah, we're agreeing with each other, I think.
Yeah. Sorry, no, you're always right, Alex. You're always right.
I can
My
just,
book's coming.
I sense all the mute buttons being hit around the country. What are these guys talking about?
I'm just looking for my free book. No, I took some photos of it. It's great.
Big chance.
Trouble
Right.
is I haven't got a birthday. When's Father's Day coming up?
August?
Oh, Christ, I don't think I could wait that long for this book.
I think it's in August the something. I'll just check that it is still
You got a
available.
birthday
actually.
coming up, Peter, haven't you?
Yeah, right at the end of the year, mate.
Oh,
What is it? If we go...
Maybe if my family's watching, they might just be nice and just buy me something to keep
they
me
won't be.
to keep me quiet. No, they don't. You're dead right. Sorry.
$15 they cost.
Why, you're a thief.
From the shop.bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, and apparently we've got only 12 left.
Well, can you save me one?
I'll save you one.
And I want the other one too, the New Zealand Bowler magazine.
I'll put it on the list.
Yes. Sold. And whatever this one is in the diary.
What do you call it? Infomercial. We're now an infomercial channel at Bowls New Zealand.
Yeah. I'll tell you what commission we're going to get out of this sales.
For only $15, you can. Blah, blah, blah.
This reminds me so much. I'm just reminiscing now about. Remember, we used to have the New Zealand Lawn Bowls magazine.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah, we've had a few over the years.
Yeah.
There was also, we had the New Zealand Lawn Bowlers magazine. Back in the 40s and 50s,
I
there
wasn't
was
around
one.
then.
Well, I thought you might know.
Oh, come on.
There was one called the New Zealand or the NZ Bowl.
Bowls, yes.
Or NZ Bowls. So there's been a few over the years that you can find. Some centres often, through the 60s, 70s and 80s, centres often had publications, little magazines. You can find some centre stuff.
Yeah.
I know the North East Valley Club has an archive of probably about 50 bowls magazines, which was quite interesting to go through. I was doing some commentary there, and not unlike Peter, I went very quiet for some time as I was flicking through the bowls magazines.
I was there. They got a couch down by the locker system.
That's right. Yes.
I actually had a look. It's quite amazing.
Yeah.
I think if you're interested in bowls, there is a lot of great bowl here by Chris. There is a lot of interesting information out there that you want to know about the past.
We've been fortunate too to have had a lot of bowlers have been journalists in the last 50, 60 years.
Yeah.
So if you look back, there's actually quite a few really well written articles on bowls from journos. So still doing work.
It's also why I don't like the current situation of some clubs saying we don't want honours boards anymore. We're going to get rid of all our honours boards. Well, they're available online. It's not the same. And you go into a club and you look down there and you say, "Oh, I remember him. He wasn't a bad player." Just seeing some of the history and finding out stuff such as I didn't know she played at this club. I thought she only played there. So
I think honours boards are super duper important to keep in your clubs.
I think we've had a conversation, Alex, over something, and we've talked basically about mine is the same as what John is saying. I'll get to what I'm trying to say is having a board where if your grandkids or your children come in, you can always point to that or a little trophy. My little thing at the moment is basically if you win a national title, I might be old school, getting a pocket badge and that there's something, especially something major. There's nothing better than when you have your prize giving and you walk in and you've got, I just say Auckland rep underneath it, or you've got a New Zealand pocket badge, and they used to have them in a they used to have them, correct. And in it was, if you're a fours winner, you had fours there, you won in 1998, 94, 93, and then just on the side, it pairs 92. So you had a lovely, and it was embroidery in gold, and it was brilliant. And we got these nice certificates. But you're hearing some of the guys now, you get a little piece of paper. And
that's right.
I totally agree. I think sometimes bringing back a little bit of the history of the game is quite important at times. I think it'd be unfair if I didn't say that about that Pelquist badge in between. I know some people, the clubs, you get your medals and some guy looks like Blinken Ike when they walk into your clubhouse with ribbons, but little prestige ones. And if you win a centre title, a centre gold star, I'm a firm believer that at the back of it, you should have the date that it was presented to you, like whatever, because not many people get these.
Yeah, there's some very cool things in bowls. As we see some very exciting games going on around the place. I believe you mentioned Lisa was playing Joe. John, do you have an update on that?
Yeah. Lisa's fought back from 9-0 down to be leading 13-12. So that's nip and tuck, as they say. And we did see, while Pete was waffling on there, we did cut to that other green where there's other singles and pairs matches on, and we could see Val Smith playing there.
Yeah. I think it is good to acknowledge success. We've got these this season, Bowls New Zealand's introduced the medal holders.
Yes.
So I can't really explain it. It's a very nice looking little box that your medal goes into, which is a place that you could have that displayed on a mantle instead of just being given a medal to go around your neck. I'm a fan of that sort of stuff, and I like the badges and whatnot as well. To be fair, but a little bit old fashioned. I still think that our New Zealand team should have a blazer, and I know that hasn't been the case for 10 or 15 years, and I'll get laughed at for it. But I like them. I think it's nice to have a number one uniform that you can wear.
Yes, I totally agree. You'd have no.
Oh,
I'm a little bit old school. I've got two things in my bowls career that I've sort of like kept. I haven't kept many because I was a bit young when I was playing, and I didn't realise how important it was to savour these things. My children ask me now, well, have I done this and that? And I have got no too much of a record of it. But one of my prestige one was we went on tour and we got the old Adidas, and it was the black and white, and in it we had the fern and it was actually embroidered, and underneath the year of it that we went, and I've actually, believe it or not, it was an XL or a large. And I look at it and I says, I must have picked someone else's one up. I was going to show Alex once, but it just flew. But that's one of my things in bringing that up, Alex. It's sorry to waffle on again, John, but
no.
little things there that are important in your life.
Yeah, you're quite right. Yeah, we still do badges and ribbons and things, and
that's just nice. Yeah. It's nice.
The girls next door in the.
Yeah, that's a good game. So they have plenty of etched away quite nicely. Yeah. 15-9, but keeping an eye on that, Taranaki haven't been 6 shots worse than them, really.
Yeah. And I think Chrissy will be holding shot here. So she's hanging in there.
But it's on those occasions, Peter, where your opponent, and high-quality opponent Sue Hodges, has fallen short with 3 bowls, and you really want to take advantage of it. There's, a metre and a half in which to draw, and she's only managed to get 1 in there. And look at this. She'll be just... I'd like to have a look at her. She might be kicking herself. She's got the teapot anyway. I can see there she goes. Look, half a teapot. And this will be last bowl. Sue probably nut it.
Well, she'd be disappointed if she didn't, because it's a good 2 metres short. Oh, she's going to squeeze in and get the shot.
Little feather?
No.
Oh, she'd hit that harder.
Yeah.
I would have kept going, but it's going to be 1-2. Chris Kamain.
I could see what Sue was actually trying to do was just promote, a bit like that shot last night that Raiko was playing, pushing bowls through the head, But it looks so easy to draw, but hey.
And maybe something's happening out on that rink too that she wasn't too convinced about. She had 3 short bowls, so yeah, that was another option, wasn't it? Just playing with a yard on and punching up one of the her own bowls.
This, as we were getting back to before, John, about the lesser centres like Kapiti there with Lisa and playing Joe at the moment. Superstar old Joe is, and she still plays very competitive.
Oh.
Lisa's very competitive as well.
Yep.
And now, here they are fighting each other, and it's like the old days, I suppose.
Yeah, I'd say so.
It'd be like the old days, because Lisa's been a New Zealand representative too, and
she has.
She's played for the Wellington Centre, and man, she's well, I think this year she's having a good season as well. Every time you seem to look, she's winning something.
Yeah, she has. She's had a couple of good seasons with us at Raumati and on the Kapiti coast. We're delighted, of course, to have someone of her calibre come to the centre. Just lifts It does have a detrimental effect in some ways because you find people, I'm not going to enter that because, she's too good for us, we won't win. So they pull out, which is a ridiculous way of looking at it.
You're
I always think.
100% there. If you're going to improve yourself, you only got to play the best.
Yeah.
This is interesting there. We've gone to the ditch, back to the 2 metre mark. Yeah, that was a good bowl here, Sue.
So she'd be really keen to finish this up now. Well, that first bowl of hers is ideal. And she wants to be in a position where she's got her opponent maybe running, trying to get the jack in the ditch, and she snares a 4 to take the game out.
She's going to upset things here. Might take it with her. No,
she does too. That's nice. So that's made life difficult for Sue, but she's quickly onto the mat.
Oh, I'll just play to the weight to sit it and put it in the drink.
Yeah. It looks like it.
Is these books getting catchy, Alex?
Yeah, it's interesting to read through.
There we go. Here's a good bowl here with
Keeps me
Sue.
quiet.
Here's a good bowl.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, that's the shot.
Right, she goes in the drink, but it's a way to play.
Yeah.
So now for Chris to put another couple there as Sue is hunting a wee bit.
Yeah, I think that gives us any. That gives us.
Do I need to switch?
No.
Just your weight and your green.
And if Chrissy did get a couple there, there's nothing worse than you're on 21, and you're nearly seeing the finish line. Sometimes that could be the hardest shots to get.
Yeah.
Is to get over that line.
Pressure's a funny thing, isn't it, in bowls?
Yeah, I think, but Sue can handle it, mate. Oh, she's cut it this time. Less weight too. I wonder why she had less weight.
I think it was a delivery fault.
Oh, unless she was a bit frightened of taking her own bowl and trying to get one and beat that other wing one. Who knows? So do you find that has with Lisa at the club, has it attracted some players? Like if you get a good person, man, woman, going to a club, it usually attracts another couple coming with them. Did you find that?
I know that with that sort of reputation of winning stuff.
Yeah.
But the short answer really is no, it hasn't.
Yeah.
And but the worse answer is that it hasn't attracted any younger players. I was chatting with Blake Signal yesterday, and here in Wellington they've got about 40 college kids lining up. The previous mob have become under 20 players. They're all playing in the under 26. And I looked at our team here and I pointed to the skip of the 4 and I said, he's our younger player in Kapiti and he's in his 40s, so we just, it seems to be a little bit of a problem we've got in the Kapiti region, and yet the colleges are full. There's people moving to the centre all the time from out of Wellington. So I think it's a matter of time and some really hard work required to
I think
rid people of that view of, I'm not old enough to play bowls yet.
I think a lot of it too is, John, a lot of my son's friends and even my mates that talk to me now are just saying it's quite a long day. Like they've finished their cricket and some of them have finished their football and they've sort of like had their day of maybe the whole day being involved with a sport. They just want to go in. I'm just wondering now, like with clubs, there's a bit more of the 3-5 stuff, and because then you're at 5:30 at night, or I'm just saying 5:36 with daylight saving, and that's more of a social gathering. We can attract a bit more.
I think we found that with business house bowls, starting at 5:30 or 6, playing for an hour and a half, all just bowls 3-5, And my philosophy has always been, if someone comes to the club and says, I want to play bowls, we accommodate them. Just say, okay, when are you available? What days suit? We'll get something organised for you. So I think it'll happen. We're just a bit, some centres have got lots of young people playing and loving it. And
I hear where you're coming from. And with the competitive bowlers, it's nearly getting to the stage now with I know the way bowls is just particularly the way it is going. Maybe we should be playing a lot more of our events during the week in the evenings, and free up this weekend stuff where either partner is saying it's too much time consuming. I think our sport needs a little bit of a revamp in some of the things we're doing.
I agree.
Centres.
And there's no doubt we need more indoor venues.
Oh, look, I think we talk about this while we've got a little break here. If it wasn't for, I'm not just saying Auckland or up the North Harbour, one event there that we've had in the years I've been involved with bowls over nearly 50 years, that event would never have gone ahead if we didn't have some indoor services.
And then that then plays onto your suggestion of if you can say to, a young family, mother and father with young kids, and they say, oh, look, I'd like to play bowls, but I can't afford to do it on the weekends, but I can play 6 till 8 on a Wednesday night, and we've got this great indoor facility, therefore we play, and then they expand their availability as they meet with success. They'd say, look, I wouldn't mind playing on the weekend because the club's asked me to play this representative fixture. And, it's just little bits at a time, but without an decent indoor facility, I think most centres are handicapped.
Yeah.
And they're very expensive, and it needs a lot of coordination amongst clubs, perhaps.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Councils.
I think it comes down to perspective as well, because ultimately, year on year, we've continued to see more people play bowls.
Yes.
We're at comfortable six figures participate in bowls in a season, be that probably a lot of Twilight Bowls actually. The Twilight Bowls League has been very successful. And our full membership has stayed stable, or very stable, for the last 3 or 4 years. But I think we have to get past our perception of bowls as being a full 2-day weekend. It's like your test match cricket. Always going to be a space for it.
Yeah.
But the vast majority of participants are Twilight bowlers who play for 8 weeks and really enjoy their 8 weeks of bowls. And that's great.
Well,
that's fine.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what I was trying to get at, that we've got to have like different age groups or different groups of people, and I was just trying to say, is like my son's friends, they were playing cricket. Now they're getting families, and you've got some A-grade squash players. They've seen bowls as, I want to take that up, but because of their other experiences and other sports has taken up their weekends, they're just a little bit hesitant of playing the game now, where if there's something there for them, like the 3-5s, they're right into that. They're going to have a beer and a bit of social time out from work and relaxing a bit, and all that stress, they can go and chill out for a bit, and it's getting the game back out there.
Totally.
Another opportunity there for Chris.
Got some.
She's finished short, and it looks like it's another one shot to Sue Hodges. As we look at one of the other singles matches, Leanne Paulson is playing Linda Ralph, two of the big names of New Zealand bowls, and it's just one shot in that. Leanne leading Linda by 14-13.
Yeah. Sue's got a bowl in hand here.
Joe Edwards is now in front by 14-13 over Lisa White.
Still
really tight games.
We could be going out and watching it, because it looks like the pairs are sort of like going well as well here, John and Alex. So here's another shot here. Oh, just duck. I'm going to come inside.
Oh, she's done it.
Yeah,
that's a lovely bowl, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple.
A corker. We haven't used corker for a while, have we?
No, I haven't. I don't think we've ever used corker.
Okay, that's a corker, that one.
Corker. 23-13.
Yes.
Always some interesting
sayings
and bowls. The mustard plaster one. Drawing like a mustard plaster. It's my favourite one for a long time.
You won't want to know some of the ones I know.
No.
We'll get censored.
I've spoken about the profanity buzzer.
I know. I've been very mindful of that. I don't want to be the first.
No. First and last, by the way. We haven't sacked anyone for swearing yet, have we?
No, I swore on television once, but I was a player at that stage.
I remember that.
I think the one that I've had a little bit of stick about was one of the ones with sitting on a bowl.
Yeah, you mispronounced sit, which is unfortunate. If you add an H into the word sitting.
Yeah, it was quite good. I've tried to say it a few times and it doesn't sound the same. I'm not going to say it now.
Well, now you've mentioned it. So what?
No,
Anyway,
yeah.
what was
No.
that? That was at least 2 to Sue Hodges.
Two
Yes, it
anyway,
was a
yeah,
2.
Just the 2. So she's on 23 shots, 2 to go to check out.
And Chrissy, she would need. Oh, my brain's going dead. I just watched that kitty get moved over
12.
here.
Yeah.
That's the trouble with these 2 screens, Alex.
You're lucky it's not split in half. It's
Bad enough looking over there and seeing 6 different things.
there's essentially miracle time required now, isn't it,
Oh,
for Chris? She's played well. I think Sue
10.
Hodges has just played better.
I think it's just
10
the
screens.
10, is there?
10. Yeah.
I think it's just more of the
Yeah.
more of the consistency than the one bowl Charlie we call. There's another name, one bowl Charlie. Yeah, there's that one
So
over
I
there,
wonder
nearly in the ditch.
if this is the final end here, as Hodges. You get the feeling that Chris has lasted longer than.
She's done well to
Oh,
stay in.
Yeah.
she hasn't laid down at all,
No.
and she's fought well. Even some of the ends there, like she did miss by a bowl or.
So after this, Alex, we go to the finish of the pairs with any luck. Well, that might have been finished, and then our second game of the day is
Yes.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
That book.
he was just taking a photograph.
The second game of the day is, I think it was South Otago, and
Northland, isn't it?
I think so, but let me just check for you. And I could do that by going to the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page, and it is Northland and South Otago that we'll be watching.
Okay.
Looking forward to that one.
And who's playing the singles for them now? May I refresh your memory there, Alex? Would it be Anne or
No, Anne's
No,
watching.
Anne's watching?
I think Diane Strawbridge,
Strawbridge, yeah.
who's a wonderful bowler, and I couldn't tell you the South Otago one off the top of my head, but I'll know by the time we get to the broadcast game.
Just trying to get you off my book. Don't get too.
I was really enjoying the book as
Well,
well.
if she's anywhere as effective as the male singles player for South Otago, she'll be pretty good.
Oh, how well did Robert Wilson play yesterday,
Yeah.
John? When we sat and watched him, unfortunately for you, it was against the Kapiti team, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But Robert was just on fire. He seemed to put 4 bowls within a foot every end until he had scored 25 shots, and it was over and done with in about an hour.
He got beaten by Tom Tyro this morning from South Canterbury. It's at Johnsonville. But he drove. Obviously, he was down at the time. The jack leapt high up, and I don't know whether Johnsonville's at 2 levels.
Yes.
It leapt from the bottom level up and hit the top of the fencing. So if if someone had been standing up there sort of watching, they would have been cupping their hands in front.
It's quite an impressive effort.
And then it bounced down from there and went 3 rinks across. So it was a ferocious drive.
We're looking here.
These on-door bowlers are like that, aren't they?
Oh, definitely, mate.
Aggressive.
We're going to follow her down here, I think, Sue. Sit it, and you got the game.
Can I just ask you to stand on the other side? Chris? Thanks, buddy. Sorry. Don't try, Mickey.
Oh, because the kitty's in the ditch and the pairs.
Yeah, it's K-Bun just
Yeah. Minnie just asked her to.
asking for some movement.
Yeah.
So Sue just waits until that shot's been played.
I think old Morris Symes years ago was a Johnsonville player there with
Yes, he was, yeah.
with
Jim Scott.
Bruce Henderson. I think he
Yeah.
was a staunch
Rex
person
Knox.
there. Noxie Chopper. And wasn't
Scott,
Jim,
Kerry Clark.
I think Jim and Rexy won the pairs, didn't they? Together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure on that one.
That's often see Rex at Johnsonville.
Chopper?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
she hasn't quite done it here. So a long wait before she played it, and now
I think she's got the shot. She would have
She
that jack
has,
level bowl,
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
she, John?
it has Chris with.
Oh, she's
You know, you might split those two and end up
Wow.
with a couple of self. Let's see what she can do.
Gets it away well, doesn't she, Chris Kamei?
Yeah.
2 lovely
To disrupt
deliveries.
that shot bowl. Oh,
I
she's not there.
I don't know why she played that end.
I mean, yeah. It looked more open on the back end, I suppose.
Well, you're going to take 2 shots at. You could get 3 if you sit it right.
Yep. Oh well, she could have won that hand too.
You've done a lot
Yep.
of things.
Yep.
We'll just wait and see.
So here's action from the other
Also
green.
siding
One to
over
our
there.
left there. There's Auckland team in action, and Canterbury. Or is that? No, that's there's Rochelle Stevenson. That's Audrey's daughter. They're playing together for Kapiti against Val Smith and another.
It'll be a team to watch. The Nelson team, defending champions. They're going for a three-peat, as are Wellington, and I'm pretty sure that Joe Edwards is currently sitting on 14 Silver Star titles.
Wow.
So if Nelson hypothetically were to win the women's event, she'd be the first bowler in New Zealand history to get to 15 Silver Star titles, and she'll be awarded with a 15th Silver Star to acknowledge that.
With a name on the back of the star.
I don't know. I've never won one, so I'm not sure.
So, Mick, can you remember the time when we had the Super 8s?
Yes, it went for 2 years, 3 years.
What was that classified as?
That counts. So you can add that to your list, Pete. That'll
I
be
have got one then.
One of your titles.
Yeah. True story. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Oh, they won. What's happened here?
Your name's probably on the book.
Oh, look, we've been talking,
No,
and it was a 2, not a 1.
No, they killed it, I think.
What?
I'm just making you excited. No, the umpire's coming back with the mat.
I'm very confused.
My apologies.
Sorry, team. If
No, there was a...
oh, that's it, is it? Oh, sorry. Apologies.
My apologies.
That's poor.
Very poor.
We'll just wait to see. Okay. Oh, well,
Can
it
we
was
just
a 2.
have a replay?
No, we can't. Oh, that's horrific. Oh, apologies, anyone, but that's... it is...
What's going on here? Well, someone's looking at the scorecard now. It might
Oh,
be us.
I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, just wait.
No, we won't say any more. We're getting ourselves
I
in
see
I
the
really
mark-
thought
the
I was
Marcus put his pen away and he's
waiting
handed the card over
Yeah. So what's
to
going
the
on?
umpire, so that looks like
Their confusion.
that's it.
No, there's 2 there. Oh, congratulations
Yep,
to Sue Hodges. And we'll be back very shortly with the final end of that pairs match. You can see at the top right of your screen, 17 shots to 16 at the moment in that game. But in the meantime, just sit back, relax, and enjoy a little word from our friends at Just a Thought.
When someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen. You might want to give advice, but most people just want to feel heard. Be there. You don't have to fix their problems or find the perfect thing to say. Just let them know you'll be there when they need you. Let them know you get it. Let them know you get why they're struggling. Give them what they're going through. Knowing their feelings are normal and okay can make the world of difference. Offer practical support. Ask them what you can do to take some of the pressure off. Maybe you could make them a meal or do something to help around the house. Give time. Sometimes simply being there is enough. Hug it out. When appropriate, a hug can bring so much comfort. Talk it out. Offer to be their sounding board and kōrero with them about what they're going through. Remind them how much they matter. Let them know how much you and others care and how important they are. Remind them of their strength. They might not feel strong right now, so remind them of the strength you know they have. Help find them support. Offer to help them find the right services and support they need. For more information and to try an online therapy course, go to justathought.co.nz.
And we're back with the broadcast of the Intercentre, and we've switched across to the pairs match now. So the score 17-16, and we are on the penultimate end. This is the 17th end of 18. And it's been a game that's toed and froed. Barplini got out to quite a big lead at the halfway mark, and Taranaki have been fighting back here.
So they must have picked up a couple on that last end. So it was 17-14. In fact, it was something like 17-12. So it's not first to 25, as we say there. It's 18 ends. So this is the final end. So tense. With Bay of Plenty having won the singles, so that gives them one match.
Here's a good
If
bowl.
they were to hang on and win this, then they
There's a
win
couple.
this tie. Very good bowl.
Yeah, that's it.
Got one out there. Just
Yeah.
like that. Give it
And then
go.
play it through.
It's a penultimate end, remember. Where are we? So K-Bun on her backhand.
Yeah, that's the shot. Oh, she doesn't know she's on the tally. Oh, it's got to turn a bit. How's her bowl? Here she comes. I think she's going to get this off the front one. Follow through. Oh! It's made it worse for her.
That's a bit unlucky there.
Might be 3 down now. That front bowl.
Couldn't have done a lot more.
Just a bit unfortunate.
Just checking that board up there and make sure that it is. Yes, it's the 17th end, nearly finished. I thought by the time we played that message,
Yes.
we would have been into the 18th.
Just going to go for a walk and see if I can find out the fours score so we have a full picture of this match.
We'll cover for you. Cole's going to cut the pictures, is he? So, foot there indicating where the bowl should land up. This is really tense. We've seen a lot of games that have been in this situation. You know, level pegging, playing the last, and that really does test players, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think that's what we expected at this level, John. You just complete. You can drop a 3, no problems at all. You know, the way the players can adapt to shots, and especially in pairs, is 1 minute you can be 4 in front like that. There, we just before we switched over from the singles. Yeah, I think she's maybe just looking at that to reduce more than anything. If she comes right down in between that bowl there, just say it about what would you call that one, John? 1 o'clock roughly.
Yeah.
Inside there,
The
that
grey one, yeah.
inside the grey one to that. Would we say the purpley bowl or?
Yeah,
It's a bit, oh, mine's gone fuzzy.
yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Heat stroke.
Thought it was a bit of cream in the glasses. But yeah, fly through the middle there. Is that her last bowl? We just hooked over. I think that could be her last bowl here that she's going to play. So she needs to reduce. Otherwise she could be going into the last end 2 behind. Taranaki might...
I can tell you that Bay of Plenty have won the fours.
Oh,
So in winning the fours and winning the singles, they'll take this match. So now they'll want to finish off this game in case it comes to a count back on games
Yeah,
one
yeah.
for top 2. So
Yeah,
they've won the match, which is the important thing,
Yeah.
but still important to win this game.
Thank you, Alex.
You're welcome. It was good because I was walking towards what I thought was the fours game, and 3 Bay of Plenty players walked past me, and I thought
Triples.
that must mean they finished.
That's unusually a fours team finishing before the others. That was very quick.
Yes, it was I think a comfortable win to the Bay of Plenty 4.
Because you got the other girls on the other green there playing. Well, this is more important, this bowl here.
so it does appear as though Bay of Plenty are a couple down here, doesn't it, with that last bowl, which didn't quite come off for them. So this might be reaching those 2 shot bowls, which are either side of the jack.
She's pretty good played. He's going to... not enough weight again.
Square
it's
and follow through.
It's cut down. Might only be 2 now.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was about 3 or 4 down then.
Yeah.
What's...
2 it is to Taranaki. They hit the front.
The Bay of Plenty skip. Was she always Bay of Plenty or was she Thames?
No, she's played at Thames Valley
Still
recently.
thought
so
so.
Bay of Plenty for the first year this year. Kate.
First year, Kate, that's right. She's done very well in the Champs events.
I think she went back to back in the New Zealand Champion of Champions triples.
That's right, yeah. I can remember down in Dunedin, I think.
Was a good bowler, then went away from the game and came back maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
That's
Had a
right.
lot of success. Quite
Yeah,
an aggressive player.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we talked at the time too that it's not that easy, to take time out. It doesn't seem much, does it, to take a couple of years out? But in fact, It's not that easy to come back into the form that you perhaps have been in when you left. A lot of hard work. So she's singing along quite nicely.
So this is the last. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, last end.
The board wasn't. It's a good opener when you're one in front with the last end.
It's the lead from Taranaki, who is Trish Howard, and the skip Rhonda Adams. They've done very well to get themselves back in this game.
Get half a slide here, you got the jack.
Oh, great try.
A little bit weighty. Good home.
It would be fantastic if we get to this stage in a final and we've got the fours finished, one team, singles finished, the other team, and we're at 17-18 playing the last to determine the title.
It happens at these events.
Yes.
The stress levels ramp up.
Well, at one stage there, you know, as we were saying, in between the singles game and this, we're looking over and the Bay girls seem to have had a little bit in control, and then next minute you blink and they drop a 3, and now they're picking up a 1. They're 1 in front, the Taranaki team.
That was a lovely bowl there from Minapol.
Yeah.
I think she stands alone as the player with the most Bay of Plenty titles. I'll be into the 30s now, I would say.
I'd say so.
Played a lot with Millie Khan.
Yep.
The turn of the millennium.
She wants that one to stay on, but she well overcooked that. You just love to have someone of Minna's experience in a situation like this.
Yes.
Even though she'll be feeling the pressure a bit, she's been in those situations a lot. That's a great bowl. That's perfectly played.
Well, the shots here basically, what is it, 1 in front. There's 2 options here: is to play a bit more definite onto that shot bowl and come through, or try and play the dead draw shot here.
I think she could play the dead draw the way she is.
There's 2 options, but you got really nothing to lose. The game at the moment, you're 2 down, at least dead drawing you. Yeah, I just like playing into the bowls when you're in a situation on a long end. It's the way it's just going to run off on you. That's all. At least you know if you're going to play down to the bowls, your bowls are promoting up. Where here it's just a dead draw. Let's go for the dead draw.
It's quite nice knowing you've got 3 bowls.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the great thing about pairs. I really enjoy, particularly skipping in pairs. It's just a nice position to be.
She's going to play it, see? She made a fool of us.
Oh, that's a beautiful bowl.
Fantastic. Wow, and all the other players who've finished their games, that's the 4 and the singles player, they're all standing around watching and supporting their teams.
Now it's K-Bun who's got the percentages on the forehand side.
Yeah.
You've got 2 low bowls in the 10 o'clock direction. Play through any of those with ditch weight. Your collision bowl will follow through onto the jack.
Yeah.
All the chances in the world on the forehand.
Just asking what the score was over there with Lisa. That's all right.
And what hand's she going to be on? On the backhand, so probably not playing the shot I suggested that she might.
She'll be playing to the ditch, surely. She'll play it through.
Just expected to see a forehand shot.
She's pretty close, you know.
Doesn't matter if you get it right.
She's pretty close. Yeah,
Minna likes it. She's still sits in.
Oh, you play the
Not
other
quite
hand now.
there.
Got to play the other hand now, wouldn't you? Oh,
Well,
For
no,
Taranaki might stay the backhand.
yeah,
Draw to
just beat the blue.
sounds easy.
oh man, I know what I'll be playing.
I'd be going way round on the other hand and plonking it out about here and staying clear of everything.
She's got the win,
Because they've got the lead at the moment. They're 18-17. They're holding shot.
and you don't want to fatten it, John.
No.
You don't want to fatten
no,
it.
So what's your opponent going to do?
Well, the only other shot really I see now, because she's going to be playing weight, is to come through down onto that short bowl there. That's 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And hopefully come back to the black bowl there, the back bowl that's blue.
Yeah.
The other way, playing a swinger onto that, you might get half of your bowl and come following through. That could be a better hand. We don't know how that hand's been playing.
And that's what Taranaki think that they will do. So therefore, they're putting one down on this hand. You can see it appearing now, just trying to beat the blue.
You don't want her fattening it up. That's the only thing.
It's not going to just beat the blue. I think she's going to be short.
Oh, well,
That's
it's-
fine.
a second
Well,
shot.
it's definitely forced her on the
Yeah,
other hand now,
yeah.
and that's what you don't want.
Yep. See where she's directing a hand through there, saying, I want to come through that
Yeah.
gap that's at about 11 o'clock as we view it.
Yep. It's got to be to the ditch. No more, no less. I should say, no less.
She'll be loving this.
Well, come
Hey,
off. Yeah.
big challenge.
Well, you've got half a Taranaki there watching you.
Yeah.
You just really want to, give it the old fist
Yeah.
pump if you get it right.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, Alex? You're very quiet. There's that book back in action.
No, just under contemplative space. So she's decided to play the forehand.
We might not see it.
Oh,
Or she, when it's stood up, she knows it's
What-
not
what-
there.
No, she's tight.
Yeah.
She wasn't enough. See, that's the thing with the weight. When the weight comes off, it'll just turn. She had more of a chance coming off those two bowls there. And that bowl could actually end up the shot.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean, a shot.
Could do.
go deeper. You're holding the win.
Oh, don't fatten it, girl.
Just be past. Anywhere past the head to the left or the right as you see it.
Matching that blue would be fine, or just past the blue.
Wouldn't try to get too close.
You'd be saying, we're holding the shot, so cautious,
Well, that's-
wider rather than narrow. Make sure you don't give it away.
And
Just cover.
like she actually changed her hand, made her change her hand. You don't want her fattening it.
No.
And then making her play more deliberate with her white ball could come forward. You want her to play that shot. You've got to try and...
Yeah.
It's like chess. You've got to try and
make her play it.
make her play it, And,
So
and
you're thinking
Yeah.
more about what your opponent might do, what you'd like them to have to do.
Yeah.
So you play accordingly. Because you don't have to worry about getting close to the jack here. You're already close to the jack.
Well, that's why I always get frightened, John. Like, see, if she does come down that hand there and she's narrow, she might just turn that white ball through a bit more.
So that's hence the
yeah.
on the side of wide rather than narrow. Yeah.
Or even the only other way is just play the other hand.
Green, and I think she has.
Yeah.
Her lead standing motionless.
Yeah, that's...
You can't get much further away from it than that.
Well, if she can match that back bowl,
Yeah.
She might
She
go.
just doesn't want to put it in the ditch and waste it.
You know what I'm thinking too?
She hit. Oh no, it's way out there.
If she hits any of
She'd
that,
like
front,
that one back.
even if she hits it on a drive, she'll end up with a shot.
Okay, I mean, there's a world. You see the shortest bowl.
Yeah.
If you get the shortest bowl slightly to the left of centre, it hits the white bowl of K's, which hits the shot bowl out, and you'd be sitting there with a couple.
Yeah. That's the thing, mate. You could actually smack it and see what happens if you do play onto those. Yeah. Because she didn't seem happy coming down playing that swinger, did she? The way she was looking at that in the last bowl, she might go a little bit angry.
She won't be short. That's for sure.
No, she can't be.
Last bowl of this game, you can have a draw, so there's no extra ends involved. It's Taranaki up by 18-17. They're holding a couple, so as it stands, they will win this game. It's up to this bowl here.
That's the
And
weight.
it's on its way.
That's the weight.
It's on its way.
She's riding it.
Paul likes it. She likes it. She's jumping around all over the place looking for it. And she's snared. Oh, no, she hasn't quite snared the shot. And so it is victory to Taranaki. I'll have another look at that head maybe. Just make sure it is a... Yeah. Oh, yeah, very close. But a shot to Taranaki. So they have fought back brilliantly against Bay of Plenty in this fours match. And although Bay of Plenty have won the singles and the fours, the final result in the pairs went the way of Taranaki. We've got more coming up for you very soon, and it's featuring South Otago women, and they're playing against... I've forgotten now, but South Otago... Northland, that's right. North and South coming up next for you.
Yeah. Did you guys come up on Wednesday or Thursday? Yeah. Where did you practice yesterday? Oh, you did? Oh, right. Yep. We went round to, what we didn't know we were going, so we did a bit of drum and run, but we never practiced them.
That's good.
This is like a different green, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Nice start, Pat. Yep, it's jet level. Karina. Yeah, well done.
Fine, Nat. Come on down to that. Here's somebody.
And here we are. Apologies for that. We had a technical challenge to start with, but we've we've been able to get everything working soon enough. I'm not one to cast blame or aspersions, so I won't. But it's sufficeth to say, someone may have done something they shouldn't have, John.
I wonder who that might have been.
No idea. I've got no idea who. But we've. What's important is that the. Oh, we're looking at the peers.
I didn't do that.
We're a professional bunch here at Bowls New Zealand.
Well, the good news is that there's been no score so far, so you've missed not much.
Yes.
And the free moving truck sign has not moved since we were there. So Diane Strawbridge and Bronnie Cowie, a South Otago team, against Northland, so pretty much top of the north and nearly bottom of the south, with Southland coming below South Otago. I see some of the shirts from South Otago have got Milton Bowling Club on them. Milton's one of those interesting places, if only for the fact that when they started building the main road south into Milton and north into Milton, they just slightly missed each other, so there's a bit of a kink in the main road. Now,
Can you
I
imagine
think that's the case because we've been to Milton several times and we always used to talk about it. Oh, this is a place where the engineers didn't quite get it right. And
Can you imagine being that engineer? What happened? Well,
yeah. That Milton, yeah, top spot in South Otago.
Do you want it measured if you want it? Wrong measured.
Places like Balclutha as well. There's lots of well-known bowlers have come from down that end and here today on the television rink, which will have Bronnie a wee bit nervous probably, although she doesn't look like a bowler that would get too uptight about things.
just measuring the length of the head for the second end.
And certainly Diane Strawbridge, who's her opponent, will not be at all concerned about appearing on television coverage. She's done that many times, and her long and very successful career.
He certainly has. Skipped the winning champion of champion fours team maybe 2 seasons ago now. Diane Strawbridge was a very successful junior bowler and made that step up quite easily.
So most of the bowlers are using lifters, as you'll see down the far end shortly. They're saving their knees and hips and things.
Aren't they fantastic
Gosh, yes.
inventions, the
Yeah.
bowls lifter?
There's so many aids available, and here we are talking about bowls not being an old person's sport. It is an old person's sport because older people can play it. You can play right up until the day before you're sent away. But young people dominate our national teams. Young people are those who are pretty much out there winning the big titles, except that the older players are competitive. It's one of those interesting sports in that regard. But the aids that have come into bowls include, as we say, the lifter, the arm, the bowling arm, which enables so many more people to continue playing bowls after their body wears out a bit more than what they wanted. And then we as a club the other day were having a meeting about steps onto the green for those who, are not that don't want to be, because it's quite a step.
That's a good idea.
From the ledge, from the surface of the surrounds onto the green. It's not so much that, it's the fact that you have to step over the ditch, which has resulted in accidents, as people will know. But there are quite a few inventions out there. Handles, aluminium type frames that will pop into holes on the side of the rinks, or steps which fit into the ditch so that you can stand on that, grab a handle that's attached and ease yourself down onto the green. Just a few of the things that make life more comfortable.
Oh, what a bowl. Diane
Yeah.
Strawbridge, that's fantastic stuff.
Well, that's already a very good head.
It's a lovely second end, isn't it, really?
Yep.
Bronnie Cowie. Just looking at the results.
Oh, look at this from Bronnie. Gets a wee flick off that and she'll be happy.
Oh,
She
what a
does.
bowl. What an
Yeah.
end. This is fantastic. See the wind's getting up a little bit.
Yeah, well, Bronnie spotted me yesterday and came over and said, I think I'm on the television rink. Say nice things. Well, you were there at the time, I think, and you said.
We only say nice things, John.
Exactly. Yep.
So the scoreboard at the moment, the ladder on section 2, I can see at results.bowlshub.co.nz tells me that South Otago and Northland are 5th and 6th in the section respectively. Both of them have lost their 2 matches, and it looks like Northland has won 1 game and South Otago has won 1.5 games out of the 6 that they've played so far. So you could argue that the winner of this match has like the smallest chance of qualifying.
Yep.
But if you lose all your matches in a day, that's probably your chances of qualifying at Intercentre are over. So whichever centre out of South Otago and Northland can win this match gives himself an opportunity tomorrow and the next day to progress.
Who's leading that group?
Thames Valley is in front at the moment, along with Bay of Plenty. They've both won 2 matches out of 2.
Oh, good.
And it is Thames Valley that's half a game that draw in front on 5 game points to Bay of Plenty's 4.5.
There's some really tough sections, aren't there? When you we talked yesterday, I think, about the seeding. So the quarter-finalists from last year are seeded through to this year, and then the rest make up the rest.
Yes, so it's a seeded-ish draw to keep it balanced through.
There have been calls for totally random draw, but one of the down pitfalls of that is you could end up with the top 4 teams playing against each other in the one section.
Yeah, you could have
Some
last
would
year's
say, well, that's
semi-finals
fine.
still
Yeah,
together in
yeah,
one
yeah.
section.
Yeah, that's right.
Just feels a bit unfair.
So we've got with Bronnie Cowie with those pink bowls. Here she goes, right-hander, using that backhand side. We've watched matches here before where the rinks have been such that you have found players favouring one side of the rink all the time, but the conditions aren't bad. There's a bit of breeze, but doesn't look as though it's hugely. Oh, I just see. Having said that, you see Diane Strawbridge's shirt getting a fair bit of blustery movement.
Oh, sliced it.
Some really good singles matches. That one between Linda Ralph and Diane Paulson. It was 20 all when I went over to have a look at it, and I'm not sure who won it. I think maybe Linda Ralph did, but no, I'm not too sure about that either.
I think Leanne won.
Did she?
Linda played a bowl that looked like it had the one, and then it sat out
Oh,
instead of in. So it went down to the last bowl. But
Yeah.
you're right, it's quite incredible.
Oh,
You'll wander around at the end of the round, and you're
Yep.
expecting all the singles would be finished, but they've been some battles where it's just ones and twos all the way through. Lisa White embroiled in yet another tight game after her first match
yeah.
this morning.
Yeah. And this time, Joe Edwards. They were, I think, at 19 all, and Joe Edwards, as Lisa tried to kill it on the last end, time was up, but they got that end that they were playing. She tried to kill it. I think she still had the shot there, but needed more than that. She was 4 behind. So Joe Edwards and the pair of Nelson won theirs. The 4 were upset by Kapiti, which was a big thrill for the Kapiti team. A bit scattered this end, so just keep an eye on this. See whether going in one direction or the other is easier or not. Diane and we can just see them out the window here if you can't see it on our screen, but Diane and Bronnie just grinning and laughing with each other. The bowls are so far from the jack, neither of them really knows who's got the shot. So they ask the marker. So there you go, see how scattered they are, but the green bowl or greenish bowl of Diane Strawbridge, aqua, I think. I mean, gee, that's pretty ordinary stuff coming in from these two players.
Yeah,
First to 25.
We'll absolutely be disappointed with that one. They can see just how scattered the head is, and look how well weighed down the tripods are. Took me quite some time this morning. I thought I'll make sure the wind doesn't blow. Bought 24 bungee cables from the warehouse the day before yesterday.
Did you?
On special. I didn't use 24 bungee cords.
Well, that
but
must make your
purchased them.
total supply about 350.
Yeah, quite some number. Of,
Yes, you've got a fair few, picked up a fair few over the years, but so important to be able to weigh the cameras down with those old bowls that are there in their boxes.
Yeah, we've had some experiences in Wellington before where you'd think your cameras would be okay, and that did not turn out to be correct.
So Diane did pick up one shot on that end. So it's only women's here at Naenae today. Yesterday it was men. Men are playing at Johnsonville. I had a look at that this morning. the other clubs being used are Paraparaumu Beach, Stokes Valley, Island Bay.
And tomorrow we'll see a game of men's section play between Hawke's Bay and Northland from 12:15, and then the quarterfinal of the women's event in the afternoon, and then the finals day, of course, the women's semi-final and the men's final concurrently.
Right.
So Diane Strawbridge in her long career would not have placed many bowls that far away from the jack in the first 3 ends and still be leading 3-1. Long
Yeah.
days though. This is the third round match.
How's this?
Yeah, pretty good adjustment, isn't
Yeah,
it?
lovely correction. Just a tenacious bowler, Diane. One of that group of bowlers that don't know when they've lost a game. Anne Muir, who's the Northland manager coach here, very similar, cut from a very similar cloth, where they just don't appear to know.
No, they've
They've
never heard
lost.
of the words
Yeah.
give up or lose. Or
Oh, how good. Oh, that's unlucky that you've got that little feather there, Bronny.
just woken the marker up with a question.
That's that much low, you can still come through.
In the area here. Oh, that's a lovely bowl from Diane.
Yeah, 2 really good bowls.
Must be a temptation here for Bronny to try and get some movement.
Yeah, you'd think forehand and the options there are plenty. As long as she gets just inside that. Oh no, she's going to go around the outside.
Looking
I
to
thought
draw
she might have just
around
come
it,
inside
yeah.
to sit onto those shots and move the jack a wee bit. That's a handy position though for her. Any movement of the jack is going to certainly favour. Oh, hang on. There's not going to be any movement of the jack because that's the last bowl. There we go. So it wasn't a very aggressive shot for her last one.
It's an unusual decision, but 2 to Diane Strawbridge anyway, and the score 5-1 now in the race to 25. And we are seeing some interesting results come through on Bowl Sub for the men's and women's sections. Like I've said, the easiest way to do it is to go to the ladder and click through the sections, and it's the top 2 centres that go through. So if we were to stop play now, the 2 centres that would go through from section 1 in the men's Intercentre would be Bay of Plenty and Canterbury, Wellington and Gisborne East Coast,
Oh, yep.
Central Otago and Northland in section 3, and the far north and Nelson in section 4. So some big names missing the cut at the moment. Manawatu, Wanganui, last year's finalists. North Harbour missing the cut at the moment. Southland, who won this event a couple of years ago, missing the cut at the moment. And of course Auckland sitting back, languishing at the moment in 4th position in section 1 of the men's, with South Canterbury in 3rd. Could be some interesting, some pretty nervy games coming up over the next day.
So there's the results where you can get them, results.bowlshub.co.nz. Yeah, and I think what we've seen, Alex, and we've talked about it, about this competition, is that some of the teams that don't normally feature are punching above their weight, and sometimes that happens early in an event, and they run out of puff. But I think, you know, there's steely determination amongst a lot of these lesser teams to just get up and knock over those more fancied, arrogant teams that we know. 5-1 to Strawbridge, but Cowie holds shot here.
This bowl in the area. Oh, that's as good a bowl as you'll see today from
Pretty good,
Diane
eh?
Strawbridge.
Yeah. One down, playing through, getting that bit of movement.
And she's got a bowl at the back as well, so hard to see a way out of this conundrum for Bronny. And it looks like it's turning away from the head. And it'll be 2 to Diane Strawbridge to extend her lead to 7 shots to 1.
Yeah, she marches down with that mat. Probably just drop the mat somewhere about there, and you know, there she goes. Yep, let's not worry about kicking the bowls back. Play it from here. I think Bronny Cowie is one of those players who, maybe not these days, but certainly was amongst that exodus of Kiwis who'd head off over to Australia and play the Aussie Open and events around the Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast area. She had pretty good success too from South Otago.
It's one of those competitive centres as well, of names that become reasonably well known around the place.
Yeah.
People like Wynette McLaughlin played in South
Yeah.
Otago for a long time with Winston, her husband. Wynette, a prolific winner, and sadly missed. So Eileen Grant, one of the most successful bowlers from that district, not on this year's Intercentre team. She played Bowls 3-5, the Bowls 3-5 in the club finals last year, Eileen Grant, but can't have been available for selection for this team, but a very, very good bowler. Has into the 30s when it comes to centre titles.
I'll be around that one.
Nice bowl here.
Look at this.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And sit.
Yeah.
Yeah, good shot.
He's got a nice touch. She might be down 7-1, but she's bowling very well.
It's been a couple of exceptional bowls from Diane Strawbridge that have been the difference, hasn't it?
was just going to say, she plays an upshot really well, Diane Strawbridge.
She's always looking for movement, isn't she?
Yeah.
Which is good.
And you can see it's there for it. Such an attractive shot.
I could have a draw under that one,
Nothing's really changed. I know
No, it
there's
hasn't.
that bowl right at the back from South Otago, but if you pop the jack back, you go from one down to one down. So there's no reason to not play
Yeah.
aggressively-ish.
Yep. So seeking the shot, what does she think? Is that a stoop of excitement or no?
I thought it was a stoop of excitement,
Yeah.
but the bowl refusing to turn.
Bowls are like that, aren't they? You know, it's
They
nothing
don't-
to do with the
yeah.
delivery.
They don't do what they're told
No.
sometimes, quite often actually. Bronny falling short. So just the one to Bronny there. That's good stuff. Keeping within Cooey. Two shots to 7 the score now.
They were looking across at the other green, or there's 2 other greens here, 3 greens being used at Naenae. The 4s are on one green, and the remainder of the pairs and singles are on this green that we're looking at now. Big ups too to the markers who are here. They seem to be doing at least 2 games a day, most of them, and someone comes in to relieve for the 3rd game and maybe do the 1st game tomorrow.
third time lucky.
Needs it to stop. Yeah, it's handy. Handy-ish.
I was just glancing through some of the South Otago Bowls information, so we have a look back at their Champion of Champions singles. Last season, for example, they had 8 clubs represented in the men's and 7 in the women's, so you know, a good number of clubs down there, and a lot of those names that you mentioned were involved.
It's a well-run little centre, South Otago. We spoke about Robert Wilson and the men's side, John, that we saw yesterday, just put on the exhibition of bowls in the singles.
Well, he was certainly involved in the event I'm looking at now from last year. From the Finnegan Club. I think we've talked about them previously, haven't we? Probably in relationship with Robert. In the final, he beat the Kaitangata representative, Mark Twaddle.
Oh, nearly. Oh, great try.
So do we reckon it's a bit more difficult going in that direction or not? It's a bit hard to tell.
I can hear the wind in the effects,
Yes,
Mike.
yeah. But previously when we thought it was very scattered, they were playing almost to the 2 metre mark, and this is quite a bit shorter than that. As the Australians decided when they were here, and in Auckland, playing in wind, particularly here in the Trans-Tasman, they decided that not to give the wind too much chance to have effect, so they played short ends a lot.
I think the Owaka Bowling Club is the South Otago
Yes,
Bowling. Have you
yep.
been to Owaka, John?
Yes, I have.
Isn't it a delightful little town?
Yeah.
Colin and I called in
On your
on our little
trip
around. Yeah, trip around the south, wherever it was, the South Island. Owaka was one of the places we went to in between, like visiting waterfalls and walking up things. And it was it was a lovely little town. They've got a very cool museum that I made us go to have a look through that's well maintained and fascinating. How's this for a good bowl?
Just sneaks through the wee port that was there.
We did get a bit of culture shock though, John, having been domiciled in Auckland for just about long enough to be called an Aucklander, but not quite. We went to a cafe that functions for breakfast, lunch and dinner. It's just a food place.
Yeah.
And on the menu they had some blue cod, which is a delightful meal.
Yeah.
And it was $40-something. And I thought, that's a reasonable amount of money to pay for a very nice blue cod meal. And so we paid it at, 4 or 5 o'clock, so we called it an early dinner. And we had felt like 7 fillets of blue cod, like 2 massive pieces of blue cod piled up on the salad, piled up in the chips. And we were both unable to finish our meal, couldn't do it. So we left maybe half of it on the plates. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
And we came back the next day and they hit us up about it. They said, "Oh, did you not like your meal?" And we said, "We loved our meal, but it was bigger than we were expecting." And she said, "Yes, but it's $40. And we said, "We come from Auckland."
Yeah. We'd expect 1 fillet.
You pay $40 for dinner and
2
you
chips
might
and a
get...
slice of lettuce.
Exactly.
A leaf.
A bit of culture shock, but a positive culture shock it was.
Nice,
It was
isn't
great.
It's always worth a visit to, the small places around the country, particularly I think in the South Island. But every small place has got something would provide stories like that for a trip for travellers.
The vast majority of them too obviously have bowling clubs.
Yes.
So always keep an eye out when you go through a town to see a bowling club, be it still in action, or sometimes you might see where a bowling club was.
Yes, yeah.
Fascinating.
So 8-2 now, Strawbridge. This is first bowl of this particular end. Handy. I think that's an alarm going off somewhere.
A noise from somewhere, yeah. Either that or the time's already up.
That's a piercing noise, isn't it? Bronnie falling well short with that. She would have been quite impressed with her green, I think, but like all good bowlers, she would have known early on that was going to fall short. Diane not making the same mistake. Puts a second in and might even make it a solid 2. No, I think she might have just flicked that jack in behind her own shot bowl, but she's holding 2.
Well, this is in the area if it gets down enough.
Yeah.
Dive. Yeah, good bowl.
Oh, she was never going to be short, I don't think, this time. Wanted to make sure that she was in the zone.
Oh, that was a lovely delivery there from Diane Strawbridge. Musician as well, Diane. We've often spoken about on the broadcasts.
Yeah.
And she played at the Bowls 3-5 national finals a couple of years ago. What's the one that's bigger than a trumpet? No, smaller than a trumpet.
Smaller than a trumpet.
Cornet?
Yes,
Is
the
that-
cornet is smaller.
That's a brass.
Yeah.
She had one of those. I'm sure she had one of those that she took along as like a mascot for her team, and they had some punny name.
Do you think that's why a coned ice cream is called a cornetto? Because it's in the shape of a cornet?
Maybe.
Maybe.
That'd be interesting. I'm a trumpet. I prefer a trumpet to a cornetto.
Yeah.
Wonder why it's called a trumpet.
In the shape of a cornet.
Oh dear, it's getting late in the day.
Why was... what was it? You put an ice cream in between two wafers and they called it an Eskimo pie.
Eskimo pie.
Yeah. So now, of course, the word Eskimo is
Called a polar
banned.
polar pie. Yeah.
Inuit pie, is it?
No, a polar
It is a
polar
polar
pie.
pie,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I believe.
Polar pie sounds better, doesn't it?
It's a bit more alliteration.
Yeah.
For polar pie. Could
Polar
go.
pie with
Could
cheese.
go a polar pie.
Well, here we go. A flick off that would have been fantastic, because she was clearly looking to dislodge those two blue bowls, which are the shots, but she failed with that, and so another 2 to Diane Strawbridge of Northland over Bronnie Cowie of South Otago.
I think it's a good decision to see. I think Bronnie's probably thought to herself, well, we've played the first 6 or 7 ends and I've not been able to outdraw Diane, and if you can't outdraw someone, you can either keep trying and not, or you can change your game plan. So a good decision from Bronnie to attack, even though she did miss it on that occasion. You know something interesting about trumpets, John? I'm not sure if you've ever had a trumpet, but in the bottom of a trumpet there's that little chocolate plug.
Yes.
That's the best bit, in my opinion, of the trumpet.
Yep.
The reason it is there is because their freezing equipment was a little bit slow, so they used to make your trumpets and they'd coat the trumpet with chocolate, and the time it took them to freeze it, a little bit's pulled at the bottom, and Tip Top invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in upgrading their equipment so that they could freeze it
And have that
quickly and not
solid.
have the solid bit at the bottom.
What?
And they got all these complaints from people saying, "What's happened to the chocolate plug at the bottom of my trumpet?" So they had to turn the temperature back up a little bit, and it just. I enjoy.
Oh, that's a good story.
I enjoy that they invest.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? We've got a brand new ice cream making machine.
Yeah.
It's efficient, and you inadvertently cause a whole lot of complaints because you've
we
got
didn't ask
rid
the
of the
customers.
chocolate plug. Best bit of the trumpet.
I was thought, the plug was there because sometimes when you get to the bottom of a cone, the ice cream's got really runny, and the cone has got
nice
soggy.
to have.
Yeah, so but the chocolate there just stopped it from running everywhere.
Yeah.
I think on the way home.
I've sold myself.
Yeah.
Same with the real fruit ice cream. That's popular as well. I
Yes.
could go one of those. Anyway, just if anyone was interested in knowing about trumpets, now you do.
So that's a cornetto.
Cornetto, yeah.
So it's the same as a trumpet. I'm just showing him
$4 for a cornetto.
is an Italian brand of ice cream cone dessert.
So the trumpet's the imitation, perhaps.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, good bowl, great bowl from Bronnie. It's often you see when you're playing big tournaments in the middle of summer at bowls, someone from the club just sort of trundle around with what do you call them? The cold boxes with ice cream in them.
Esky.
Yeah, that's the Australian one, though, isn't
that's
it?
right, yeah.
That's because we've been talking about Eskimo. Chili bin. Trolling over the chili bin and you pay $2 or $3 and get an ice cream in the middle of bowls. Really gratefully received many an ice cream on a hot summer's day when you've been trying to play. This is a good bowl too. This is great stuff from Bronnie Cowie. Again, it's like we saw in the first game. If you know you've got someone like so Diane would on paper be favoured to win this match in the same way that on paper in the previous game we saw, who did we see, John? It'll come to me.
Yep. That's awful. It was Sue Hodges.
Sue Hodges on paper would be favoured to have defeated the Taranaki player Chris.
Yeah.
So the attitude has to be, well, I want to stay within reaching distance here, and then I might get an opportunity. It's unlikely that Bronnie's going to defeat Diane by a big number, but if she could stay just within reaching distance between
half a dozen.
3 and 7 shots,
Yep.
anything can happen. It's when you get too big a you fall too far behind these top players, that you're just asking a little bit much to catch up. But if you can stay within, about 6 or 7 shots, I think it's anyone's game, and that's good from Bronny. My point is, she's keeping the distance at 7 now. She played a good bowl. It's going to be 3-10. And you're just saying to Diane, I'm still here. You can hear the wind in the ambient mic. It's not been too bad, actually. It's been pleasantly today and yesterday. I was prepared for worse, to be fair, with the wind.
Really poor throw from Bronny there. Needed to be straightened by 2 millimetres. But they might be just checking whether it's up or not. If she's got the mat right back, and I think she has, she's okay. So this is the shortest end we've seen, and it's been, the length is being dictated by the winner of the previous end, Bronny of South Otago.
I have to come back there now.
See how Diane copes with this. Watching it all the way. Okay, well, Bronny won't be too concerned about that. So she's had her first bowl, which was 1 metre and a bit short and slightly narrow. Here she comes again. Makes the correction. Nice correction too.
Oh, that's a lovely bowl, isn't it? Yeah, very well played.
And I think we see Diane changing her hand there because of the position of that bowl from Bronny.
She's going quite an aggressive bowl there, Diane Strawbridge, looking for the bowl or the jack. That's her game, isn't it? You know, she's not afraid to play through. And if this stays up, that's brilliant from Diane Strawbridge. She's played it with weight to stay up on the ditch. So there'd be no reason why Diane wouldn't attack this again. Although I suppose she is 3 down now, so decisions to be made.
So change of hand again.
Back to the drawer.
Yeah, she's gone from 4 to back to 4. It's just holding there slightly, not coming in. So this might be that little change of fortunes here for Bronny Cowie. She wins the end. She sends the jack up short, the shortest we've seen so far. She gets a couple reasonably close.
Good line, mate.
Make that 3.
Well, just like that.
Yeah.
What do you do here if you're Diane Strawbridge?
Diane's not even asking the marker what the story is. She can tell. She's got a wee bit of weight on this too, hasn't she? She might be lucky enough to get an inside edge on that and take one out. So she does take one out anyway. But it's still a couple of shots there for the South Otago player, Bronny Cowie.
Yeah, that's good stuff for Bronny. And it should be 5-10 now. Long days, aren't they?
Yeah.
Particularly for the singles players, when you're going to 25, you could play 30 ends of bowls in a game. Yeah, we've seen a lot of them take the full duration, the full time limit up.
I checked with Peter Bellinger was marking one of the games. He's a good Naenae bloke, and that match between Edwards and White. I asked him how many ends had gone. There was still they played another 3 after that. They played 28 ends.
Yeah.
So 30 ends plus. It's a lot.
Yeah, you got that bar over.
There's this going.
Certainly not nowhere near as short as the last.
You're probably just about a metre over.
Oh, I thought that she might have been going really short with her first bowl, but she didn't. Her weight is exceptionally good. She just needs to tweak her green. Trying to get that first bowl effectiveness to put pressure on Diane.
It probably is the way back, isn't it? Is to score and as many consecutive ends as you can manage. So 2 is good for Bronny, but your first bowl's close, you start being able to put that pressure on. So it's correction time, really. Her weight was fine. Oh, how's this?
Good home.
Yeah, that's lovely bowl. Well played. And the area again.
Yeah, that's even better.
Oh, that's a beautiful bowl. It's pretty clear when we've been watching these that we're watching Intercentre representatives, isn't it? It's a high standard of play all the way through.
Gosh, she's got a great line here. She might just snare the jack.
Yep. Nope. Sort of.
Sort of, yeah.
Maybe enough.
Down to that. It's that much low, and you were that much over. That one's that short.
Watch the marker, see what he says. He might. Yes, he's holding shot. So Diane's got the shot with. Still got the shot.
Still down. It's still going to play here.
In the area. Oh, look at that drift.
Which way is she going? She's going forehand this time. Wonder if she'll have a wee nibble at that. Yeah, that's her intention.
Not sure how the weight is.
Pretty ordinary weight.
It's the line to sit through.
Yeah.
Well, it might change what Diane has to play.
So some rather forgettable final bowls from these two, but Strawbridge has done enough to get back to the mat, have charge of the length of the next end. She leads by 11-5. Don't know whether Diane realises that she's actually picked up one of the pink bowls there, her opponent's bowls. So we'll just keep a look at her, and see what happens when she realises.
Could be quite funny.
She picks it up now she goes back to find one of her own.
There we go. Problem solved. Oh, excuse me. She also used, I think she was quite a keen, what do you call it, when you sew your clothes together.
Seamstress.
That feels like the right word. She was a very good indoor bowler first, Diane Strawbridge, played for the played for the North Island team, etc., etc. In the 80s and 90s. And indoor, obviously, you have to kneel down on the ground. So a lot of bowlers have bowls kneelers, which is to sort of put in between you and the floor to save your knees. And Diane had a range of different bowls kneelers to match whatever outfit she was wearing on that particular day. So it was made from the same fabric. I thought that's quite cool. Oh dear. Good bowl. Well, that's got to be in the area.
Yeah, that's a good track. I like that. Run it out.
Oh, what a beautiful effort. May have been enough, actually.
Yeah. No, it's not quite. Diane still holds. Not quite making it 2, I don't think.
I've been notified we were incorrect with the Eskimo polar pies.
Oh, really?
Because they're covered in chocolate, where obviously a slice of ice cream between two pink wafers is an ice cream sandwich.
That's right, yeah. That's, absolutely right, thank you.
I don't know how you could get that wrong,
No.
John, but them's the breaks, and thank you, Carolyn, for
I used to
helping
serve
us.
them in my parents' shop.
Your ice cream sandwiches.
Yeah, ice cream sandwiches, and then Eskimo pies came in. So they were in a little pouch of their own, little cellophane packet. Yes, yeah, and you pop them out and they were just covered in chocolate.
Yeah, always puts my teeth on edge. You think you're biting into something so cold. Very nice ice cream for sure.
I'll be joined again by Peter Thorne when he's ready. He's been out just having a look at so many games on here. 3 greens in action here at Naenae. And as Alex has been giving us a few updates on the other sections that are around, men's and women's, with play at Island Bay and Paraparaumu Beach, Stokes Valley, I think, Johnsonville. Somewhere I've missed out probably.
Wilton?
Wilton,
I feel like Wilton's one of the ones.
Okay.
Could be wrong. So what was that? Was that a 2 for Diane there? Or a 1?
I think it was only a 1. However, we'll find out when the marker goes. He's got 11 up there still. Oh no, where's he gone?
I've
To the
moved
other
it.
side.
Yeah, he'll just straighten the jack first.
And I think after us talking about trumpets and cornetos and Eskimo pies and sandwiches, that Peter's probably bought us.
Oh, surely he would have. No.
So 12-5 it is, which is pretty much at the halfway stage, which was when we'd said to Peter, you might just pop back in. And having finished a lengthy conversation with Mike Kernahan, I noticed he was.
That's probably all he's been
engaged.
doing.
Yeah.
And then just straight into the commentary booth. And plenty of room here for Bronny. Gets it away nicely. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, it looked to be finishing a good 4 metres short, didn't it? It just trickled on down there.
Does tend to run on quite nicely here at the Naenae Bowling Club.
Diane Strawbridge has got that lovely follow through where her palm comes pretty much right up in front of her face. Slightly more green this time, which was what she needed. Slightly more weight too, which is what she needed. So all in all, grand result.
Yeah, that's a
for Bronnie
lovely,
Cowie.
lovely correction. Again, she's 5-12 down. She'll be wanting to get back within that touching distance, so important to score on this end. Going the right way about it. Yeah, this is a chance here. Diane's going to miss with this bowl, so you would expect Bronnie to be holding 3 after her next shot. Careful. Be careful. Oh, goodness.
Still holding 3 though.
Well, yeah, holding 3, I suppose.
Oh gosh.
Would have been heart and mouth as a play.
Yeah,
Heart and mouth stuff, because you know you've overplayed it.
So with the jack having moved across quite a way, Diane will be going into uncharted territory. She's not trying to draw around and onto it. She's just wanting to beat those second and third shots.
Needs it to pull up. Unable to do so.
Yeah.
And there should be at least a 3 here for Bronnie. I would imagine she'll stay on the backhand because she just played the backhand. So I don't understand why the forehand's happening.
Yeah.
Only because you just rinse and repeat. If
Yeah,
Bronnie
yeah.
played exactly the same bowl she's
Yeah.
just played, it's a very easy bonus shot. Whereas to change everything entirely.
It works for her though.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay,
Yeah.
good call. You do you, Bronnie. It's a lovely bowl. It just seemed harder to.
Yeah,
it just seemed harder to
That's
play.
right. It's often the thought that goes into someone's head when they see it wide and open on another hand, in this case the forehand. So you go searching for that vacant area, and you've just played the shot on the other hand.
Yeah, for
which
me,
is,
if you could
play
say to
the same.
yourself, I'll play the same bowl again and it'll
Yeah.
be counting, I don't know why you wouldn't.
So that's 2. Tapes required. So this is no matter what happens here, it's been a handy end for Bronnie Cowie of South Otago in her battle against Diane Strawbridge in the South Otago Northland Peers match that you can see in the top right hand corner. Excuse me, South Otago leading by 9-3. So it, like a lot of these matches, it might all come down to
That
the
last
fours.
game, yeah.
Speaking of 4s, was that a 4?
3, it was a 3. I can
Just
hear
going to go again.
through the ambient mic. So, oh, are they still measuring, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've put 3 on the scoreboard because that is how many shots I think it is.
Yeah, I think Bronnie was just wanting to try it again. Sometimes it can get a bit confusing down there when you're picking up bowls and putting them out. It's not far off it. No, so it is 3.
3. And that's a great end from Bronnie Cowie, pulling it back to 8 shots to 12. And thanks to John for his efforts in the commentary booth today. He'll be back tomorrow. And for the rest of this round, we'll
it. No, it's alright. I don't want to walk in front of everyone when it's bowling.
And we're back. We're back. I'm sure viewers have been enjoying the peace and quiet, but happy to be getting the audio working. Macbeth. Right. Fourth time lucky. And no one is to touch anything that's on the broadcast the desk in front of us. John tripped over, but I think we fixed it. So hopefully, yes, it looks like it's working. Good news. Welcome, Peter.
Welcome.
There's been quite some excitement, hasn't it, for the last couple of minutes?
Well, I didn't know it was an entrance or it's a grand entrance, but John certainly left his mark.
Frantically pushing buttons.
Yeah. Well, here we are. We're back at the game here. I was just touring around the facilities here, looking at the other games as well. Alex,
Yes.
Ty went out and had a wee look at down there with Joe, and most of the games are all pretty even at the moment. And where I say that, there's no more than 2 points in most of the games happening at the moment. Popped over to the Falls. The closest game over there at the moment was between the Auckland team and their game was 4-4 as well. So hence I'm over here, and then I'm watching the game of the singles scene. Sue over there at one stage was actually 12-2 up, and when I just left him coming, it was 10-12, and now it's 11-12. So there's another battle on there as well with Sue, with myself, and just the weather has changed a bit out there. It's actually started getting a bit chilly. It's not too windy. You've got on one of the greens here, you've got a just say the wind's going into your face, and in the middle green here it's more of a side wind, which that we're commentating on, and the same with the girls on the other rink. There's three greens here. They're basically into a headwind as well and a backwind, so there's no rain in forecast at the moment, so we're in for a good little afternoon here, Alex.
Yeah, certainly.
And as you know, we've I've seen Diane play quite a bit over the years. Been in the box with you here, and she's continuing on her way. And I just see Bonnie here that she did pick up a 3, and we do keep on saying about you need to keep into the race when you're playing against the top bowlers around here.
Just waiting for the scoreboard to be updated. Oh, there it is. 13-8. Yep, as we thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Bronny's done well to get herself back, but again, we haven't seen Bronny get closer than 5 shots, so it just feels important that she's able to try and just string some more ends together.
Yeah.
Don't have to be winning until the last bowl's played, obviously, but if you can stay within 3 to 7 shots, it gives you the best chance.
Yes. And this is what tends to happen, you know. You got one like that, and then Diane can come in like this and find her weight after dropping that 3. Some of the better known bowlers playing in these roles, they tend to step up another level once they've been dropped a few shots. They bounce back pretty quickly. So you've got to make sure that you continue your role by moving forward and scoring in. Not just the odd one end here and there.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing here. Diane Strawbridge zoned in with her previous ball, and she'll be thinking this one here needs to be right on top of it too.
I think she's a bit short, is she? Or was it more narrow? Oh, it's hanging up. That's that bit of breeze that I was talking about that's come up, that's holding the bowl a bit more on that, the narrow hand. It's starting to...
Still on the short side, to be fair.
Oh, yeah. So is that the way the game's been going? Is it, Alex? I was been watching backs and forwards that sneaks in with one and then...
Yeah, we've seen some brilliant stuff from Bronny, but it's just been a more consistent game from Diane Strawbridge. And early on, Diane played 2 or 3 bombs in the first 4 ends to turn the head around, because Bronny would be holding and Diane would just play an exceptional shot, but has been playing the better bowls as we approach what is potentially the halfway mark. It depends.
Yes. It's quite an important game, actually, that Diane is actually playing, because as you see next door there in the pairs, it's 10-3 to South Otago, so it's looking at a stage now at the moment, you'd be looking over your shoulder and thinking, well, there's a lot of extra pressure on me on this one here, and as we say, your singles and pairs is good to get off the paddock early before your falls.
And in the match format that we have, you do see those pressures flow across, don't you? And the manager's job, depending on how you run your team, can often be to relay, if I'm playing the singles, like, how are the falls going?
Yeah, that's correct.
Say, blah, blah. And it just gives the whole team can get a bit of motivation if you're going well.
It's very, like I was saying, what I tried to mention then about walking out there before, and the 3 greens that are being played, if you can visualise, viewers, that the other green is down, just say 50 metres away, the furthest greens away are now about another 120 metres away, so you're not really seeing how your team's going, because the scoreboard is actually facing the opposite way. Yes. So you need, it's like the old story, we call it a runner, that can give you a comeback and just say, listen, they're digging deep, but they're a little bit behind, and it gives you that little bit of a more momentum to score some more shots.
Yeah, important to have, isn't it?
Yes. And that's what we're saying in that other game, Alex, where you've got to keep yourself into the game, where Bonnie there scored that 3. She's just come back, and Diane's just jumped in and grabbed another
3.
Another 3. Yeah. So you can't let your guard down when you're playing, seasoned bowlers, I should say, more than anything. They've got a reputation.
Yeah.
And I'm not. No, there's nothing against Bonnie in her way of what she's playing in there. Oh, hands on her head. Usually see the teapot. Yeah, there it goes.
A double teapot.
Double teapot. Not happy with that one.
No, it's interesting, because I love singles games because you're not restricted to a number of ends. Someone has to get to a certain number of shots to win. So you always have to play a winning bowl in a game of singles, whereas in the team games you can actually do the work in the first part of the game and almost coast home, because there's X amount of ends left.
Yeah.
But you still don't want to give your opposition too many
chances
potential scoring times.
Correct.
Like if we look at it now, what's the score? 16-8. So Diane Strawbridge has to score 9 shots to win. She'll probably do that. It's probably 5 ends of scoring.
Yes.
5 ends of scoring will be 9 shots. Bronny Cowie needs 17 shots to win.
Correct.
So that'd be sort of 12 or 13 ends of scoring. So she needs to score 13 or 14 ends
once, yes,
to Diane's 5 or 6 at the moment.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's as far behind as she'd want to be, or you end up running out of time. You don't run out of ends, but you can't expect to give Diane X amount of last bowls and her not score on the last bowl.
I couldn't disagree with that at all. And this is quite an important bowl here from Diane, because I feel that it's no use. Oh, she might drag it. No, it's going to take off here. It's no use picking up a 3 and then the possibility of maybe dropping a 4 here.
Yeah.
And what I've noticed, even when I was out there, was I think Diane is actually struggling coming down here to the clubhouse. The last end, this is where she picked up a 3, and now she's got a possibility of maybe scoring a 4 here. So when you're playing singles, those little things come into your mind about I'm playing one way better than the other.
And Diane, if she could draw a decent shot here, be very happy, wouldn't she?
And that was a brilliant bowl there, Bonnie done. That's put the real heat on Diane to actually draw second shot. She'll be happy if she gets second shot out of that. But if she's skinny, to try and correct. Oh no, see, this is going to be.
And for second.
Oh, I never know. It might hold up because it's on that. Yeah, this takes off and that stuff. Oh.
How much of that bowl can you see? Are you playing through the
Well,
bowl?
that's the other thing is if you're desperate, you'd want to try and sit it. But I'm not too sure that top bowl there to say at 11 o'clock coming inside her bowl to try and promote. Just to come inside and play it. Yeah, that's the idea, but I just...
Yeah, I mean...
Just a little bit wide, yeah. See, she's given...
You get rid of that bowl...
Yes, that's the shots,
and
yes.
suddenly you would have...
4, if you
one,
sat it.
2, 3...
Well, that one
4.
goes over there. But, yeah. But see, the one, it's all over now, but... I thought there was a bowl to come.
No.
Oh, that's right, because Diane actually won that head, and that's a good scoring shot where you don't get an opportunity when you're playing a person like Diane that you've got a chance of getting a 4.
Yeah.
So you're either in, you're out, and just go for it.
And it is the 1, so the score 9-16. And
That's Southland are just creeping away, but that's what's good in the 25, Alex, where I'm just saying Bonnie could be looking over now and just thinking the girls are doing well. I just got to lift my game up a bit.
and you've
I've
still
just
got
scored.
time. Yeah.
And she is scoring well coming down to the clubhouse, we'll say to the viewers, than maybe going down. I'm not too sure where this kitty went then. Oh, look, it went dead. So she'll be hurting on that because she's not playing as good coming down, but very good coming back to the clubhouse. We always talk about this jack throwing that we made.
Yes, well, it's
Just goes on and on.
It's a very important part of the game, and it's quite. I'm not sure if it must be a lost skill. Perhaps it's something that's not as good as it used to be, or has it always been? Have you always found it a challenge when you look around?
No,
the bowlers.
I just actually feel it's upstairs concentration. As you know, you play with Mike Kerner, and he's very staunch on you put the kitty where he'd like it. And I've said so many times, I said I'm the lead, I should be putting it where I want it. And we have some great discussions, but. If that's where the skip wants it, mostly in pairs, you go for it. Singles is very important as to where you want it, not to go out of bounds, because how many times we see it when you have chucked the jack the wrong way, you end up losing that particular end. And this is actually quite a short end. These are the ones you hear me say all the time. They look ugly, but look easy to draw a shot when they're short. Yes, I've just noticed Diane's thinking a lot more about when she plays than getting down that it's in what I'm going to play. Yeah, this is it. So she's got her mind really set. See,
Nice bowl.
yes. So usually when they get down, they play with a bit of concentration. They're thinking a bit more of what they're wanting to do. She took a bit more time then. Yeah, it's a good track here. Going to come to a good home.
Oh, clean run. Yeah.
Well, she's playing good weight to sit it then, Alex. If she was a bit over the head then, so. She wouldn't be happy with that one, where the head's sitting, because you give Bonnie a sniff, and I think she'd be right back into the game here if the shot pays off.
And allowed to play a very similar bowl to her second
correct.
shot here, so it's not a huge correction.
No. Oh, I think she's...
How's the weight?
Oh, it's that short weight that I... Yeah. What is it? would you the next if nothing happens here, just so keep the game interesting. If Diane doesn't do anything, do you want to come inside the bowl and take it out for 3-4, set it for 4, opposite hand
Potentially, yeah, from Bronny's point of view.
with your round circle?
Oh, we missed the chance. I'll wait until Diane's played this bowl and see if I
Yeah,
can.
but she's put one another on there. She might draw the shot here. Yeah, she's come inside. Great bowl.
Oh, that's a beautiful
2
bowl,
shots.
isn't it?
1 up to 2 down. Oh, one. Still might just be the one. But in saying that too, I don't think Bonnie's got any. She's not getting in too much trouble. She could actually work off the bowl there, Alex. That front bowl there, and then come onto the caddy itself,
Yeah.
and sit the bowl out and drag the jack back. There's what hand she playing?
Try and
on?
draw it on the forehand by the looks.
Oh.
Needs it to. Oh, look at that whip away at the end.
That's that.
It looks like the wind, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's that bit of wind I was talking about. And I thought it might have been through the channel.
Made sense on the backhand.
Yeah.
She had pretty good weight to draw it, to be fair, if you look at see where the bowler's finished.
He finished on the side. Got a good view on that one. Yeah.
And it's Diane trying to make it count for 2 now. In the area.
That would have been a real nice shot if he just maybe half a metre in. You would have set the bowl for 3. Is that John? John, pass the peanut butter.
Nobody move. And I think it was a
1 in a measure.
1.5 to Diane Strawbridge.
The way she's kicked it back, it might just be the 1.
So moves to a 17 shot to 9 lead. Has done well at keeping. She's protected her lead well, Diane, and she.
This is going to be, to me, very telling coming down this way, Alex. This is where she's been dropping the numbers.
Yes.
Coming down to the clubhouse. So she played it short, so that's a good indication that she's not playing too well coming down with a longer length. More control now.
And you really want this first ball to be close.
Yeah.
Yep, handy-ish.
Yeah, that'd be one of the closest bowls, really, for coming down for about 4 ends coming down this way, so she'd be happy with that. It's coming in the target area, isn't it?
Down to the weight. Handy.
Here's a good bowl again, Diane. They come home from there.
Just looking through the sections on results.bowlsub.co.nz, which is the place to go and find all the specific results. And the Women's Intercentre, if you go to the ladder, that's the way to see who's leading. And the top 2 centres are those that will go through to the quarterfinals to be played tomorrow afternoon. And at the moment, I can tell you that Waikato and Canterbury are the top 2 in Section 1 for the Women's Intercentre. Auckland and Nelson, top 2 for Section 2. Thames Valley and Bay of Plenty for Section 3, which is this section, and Dunedin and Wairarapa for Section 4. Very interesting, isn't it?
Yes, when you think of the people that are, or the players that are involved in some of the centres here, there's a couple of the lesser known centres that are actually really performing well at the moment, and that's great to see, and that's what we know that this event can do, is just bring the best out in the bowlers, and no doubt they are worthy of their positions being in their centres, so they're putting up a brave fight.
Oh, that was a good bowl. That was a very good bowl there, sitting square through
Yeah.
Diane's shot. Maybe even potentially holding.
Should be pretty close, I'd say, matey. Is she up, mate? Is she up? No.
Not
I
quite.
just wonder if she is holding the shot. Otherwise, she may have played down through the other hand to sit that for 3, Alex. Maybe she
Yeah.
thinks she's got the shot.
To me, it looks like
The bowl sitting at the back.
that's the shot bowl there.
Yes. Yes.
Uh,
But I just thought maybe, and this was, she may go 2 down here.
well, that's brilliant from Bronny Cowie. Yeah, well played.
And that's what I'm saying, coming down.
Yeah, certainly it's a pattern, isn't it, that
Yeah.
Bronny's out playing Diane coming in this direction and doing well and staying within touching distance, as we've spoken about again and again and again, back within 6 shots, Bronny Cowie. If she can score on this end, she could be within 3 or 4, and suddenly that's within an end's scoring. So it may not look like there's a huge amount of hope at 17-11, but there is.
Yeah, I'm just thinking at the moment it's like a game of 2 halves at the moment. The one could play good at one end, one's playing good at the other end.
Yeah.
What
What was that in the end?
I think it's 2. In saying that, it just goes to show, I feel, Diane is struggling coming down because she put a short mat just to keep her weight a bit more controlled, and she dropped a 2. The last couple of ends coming down has been a little bit fairy, and now Bronny's right back into the game. If she can get another 2 here, and then it just may give her confidence. Maybe when I am coming down, that I've got it. I've got
Yeah.
my rhythm back or mojo. Diane's going for a walk just around, just to get her mind off things.
Fair enough. She's going to come back to see this bowl.
It's a good opener. She might grab this. Oh, it takes all fishes, doesn't it?
The last 2 or 3 feet forward would have 5 or 6 across sort of thing, like it
Yeah.
turns at a right angle.
When you look at it out from our view here, Alex, it looks just ducked quite a bit if you
Yeah.
where it's actually
Yeah,
gone.
across the head.
Yeah, just stuck right across. See, that might take off too, the way the other one did. There we go, jack level. I think I would have played more to the ditch going down, Alex, when I've been struggling coming down that way, because then you know it's just the one weight. This is just this in between weights. We start to correct, and next minute that was perfect, like a weight for her to come home with the
Yeah.
last bowl, because it whipped so much she took green, but it just hung a little bit more.
And Diane able just to try and back up her first bowl.
Oh, she'd be pretty close, wouldn't she, mate?
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
Beautiful bowling from Diane Strawbridge, and Bronny may consider switching to the forehand now.
I'd hope
To
so.
the left of your
Yes.
screen, there's a whole area. Anything through
Something
there
just-
is fine.
Well, she's got about 3 to 4 different shots she can come off the bowl, and the jack jumps in front of her, sit the shot bowl. So there's 3 different shots on there, and if she's got weight to it, and it does, I don't know if she's got the weight for it to hang. It's like draw weight.
Yeah, that's maybe 2 or 3 metres shorter
Short,
of what she
yeah,
would have been wanting to play.
And this is the cycle. What's happening now is I keep repeating this. Diane will come in, maybe get a 3 or 4 here, and next minute all that hard work of clawing your way back, you got yourself into trouble. And I know there's one more bowl to go, but that bowl over there that Diane has played, That's going to cover that shot with a couple of yards to it.
Yeah, this is a huge
Yeah.
moment for Bronny. Really needs to be effective with this one.
Yes.
Got it out nicely.
She's talking it. It's on a good track, you know, Alex, I tell you.
Yeah, she's in the area here.
Mate, it's not badly played. This is the one I was saying. The jack jumps out was hit the shot bowl.
Perfect. And sit down. Yeah, perfect. Beautiful bowl.
If I was Diane, I'd be...
Just go the shot bowl, don't you?
You'd have to.
Got second and third, maybe fourth.
Well, even if you're playing down, you can swing off your shot bowl. Yeah, that's a shot to play. See if she comes off a bowl or sits it. Just going to hang a bit.
It's perfect.
Just going to flop down. Mate. Might be
It was
enough.
It was pretty close.
Yeah.
She set it up and over.
Yeah. You know, and if this is the first time Bonnie has scored coming down this way, and that's what I was saying, she may need to break the cycle. What Diane's been doing.
We'll see here. I'd say that it is. So that's good from South Otago point of view. 12-17 the score now, within 5 shots. That's as close as Bronny's been for almost the entire game.
Yeah, and the Northland pairs, they've just sneaked up a bit after seeing that. There's another good one down there. Of the I see the Auckland pairs there that Jamie Delaney is playing now, so there must be a replacement there.
Yes. Yeah, it was Kimberley off the front, wasn't it?
Yes.
For the first bit. This might be a bit short, this end. It's only, doesn't look like it's that far up from the 2.
I don't think it worried.
No, she's fine. Fair enough.
Well, I feel that if Bonnie scores on this end in particular, she's well in contention now, because I'd say Diane will be starting to have some thoughts.
That's what we've spoken about. Just got to stay within Kui.
Yeah. Just as we said with the game with Sue, the only way you're going to beat her, maybe hopefully the hip may have played up or something like that, but yeah, it's good that with that hand coming down, it's...
You'd still think that's a beatable bowl.
Yeah. I'd be very surprised if you can draw one inside of that at the moment, the way they've been playing. See, the Marcus pants are just blowing, that's just held that out.
See the other green. Yeah, Kiwi Heifer just walking off screen.
Oh, the other thing was met Aiden's mother and grandfather on the week during the week. It's Aiden's birthday today, and Ray said if we wouldn't mind just wishing him the best.
Oh, that's
so
lovely from Ray.
Ray and his mother.
Yes.
Were at an event that I was in during the week, so I said that I'd try and mention that. So there you go, Ray. You'll be a proud granddad. Happy
birthday to Aiden Takadura. I think he's 26.
Yeah, he's the lucky
today.
Yeah,
it's a bit unlucky, really, finding that gap.
It's the first one that she's looked a bit ugly coming down, Alex, where you could possibly drop a 4 here.
Ray, a handy bowler himself.
Oh, yes, he played at the old Carlton club there for years.
Yes.
Played a lot with a guy, they called him Minnesota, with Ed Watson. A lot of history at that club there, and Grafton there. And I just see it's back up for sale again. The land has been vacant for so many years.
Is
One
it?
of the biggest prestige clubs in Auckland for a long time. Was up for the developer, and then the developer sort of like decided not to further the venture after 20 years, and it's back on the market. And I think I heard the value of it, hold on to your whistle, 60 million. And they sold it for 7-8 million. Unbelievable, isn't it?
Goodness gracious me. Wow.
That's yeah. Sorry, yeah. Happy birthday.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Well, it's a 3, and I think she'd be kicking herself she didn't get that other one there. That puts it at 20, and Bonnie was going so well then too, and that's what all you need in this when you're playing a lady like Diane. You just gotta
Blink,
and next minute you drop in a 3. So to get that back, that's like it's got to score in three ends just for one. So yeah,
may even be the 4, as Diane's bowl's very level to the jack.
Yeah. As you see on what we're looking at, viewers, is it can be quite deceptive about how far away bowls are.
I think just the 3 though. So 20 shots to 12. It feels like Bronny does all this hard work, claws her way back into contention with 1s and 2s, and then you blink, drop a 3 or 4, and it just disappears again. And that's what we're seeing. You can only do that to 25 gives you a couple more chances, but you can only do that a certain amount of times before you run out of time.
Correct.
And I wonder if that's just one too many comebacks required now for Bronny. 5 shots left for Diane Strawbridge to score.
Yeah.
Feels like she's probably going to get there.
Well, I feel old with that particular score coming down, because that's the first time she's actually scored, coming down for about 4 or 5 ends to the clubhouse. That's going to give her a big boost, and you can go off kilt for 3-4 ends, but when you get your concentration back in singles, and you get yourself a 3, it's going to give you an extra boost. Yeah, that takes off there with the way they've been walking. I'll be surprised if that's not in the ditch. Oh, it must be. Yeah, the viewers there are very quick at the ends here at the moment. Just where the players walk on, it seems to make it more compact, and that's where you're wondering why it takes off. We've talked about this before, Alex. Sometimes you just play to an imaginary kiddie, and like here, and they'll just run on, and you're right.
Yeah, it makes sense when you think about it. We spent an entire season standing between the 2 metre mark and the ditch.
Correct.
You're going to compress it down.
Yeah, especially a force team. You got what's that? There's another 6 players sitting on the ends there.
Yeah, be a few 100 kilograms.
Oh, if I'd be sitting on it, I roll the green. Good opener there from a good response after her first bowl in the ditch then. So we basically the big showdown. It comes in the afternoon tomorrow, does it, Alex?
Yeah, quarterfinals it'll be.
Quarterfinal start for the viewers there.
Of the men's section, I believe. The quarterfinals, then semi-final in the morning of Saturday.
Correct.
And a final, the men's final, will be broadcast, because last year we did the women's one.
That's correct, yeah. So tomorrow afternoon, is it women's?
Men's quarter.
Men's
so we
quarter.
go,
Just for...
I'll tell you who. Standby team.
Yeah.
So tomorrow we will start our broadcast at a time, 12:15, Hawke's Bay and Northland men, and then the quarterfinal of the women's in the afternoon, which I'm looking forward to.
Mm-hmm.
Going to be interesting to see, and like we've spoken about, just have a look at results.bowlsub.co.nz. There are some very stressful sections beginning to develop, and when we get to that second round tomorrow, it's going to be on a knife edge for that second qualifier. We usually see a centre that tops its section reasonably comfortably, but when it comes to the second place centre, and it's the top 2 that qualify in the section, it tightens right up. And speaking of that, if we look at the score, 10-11 now, the score in the pairs, that's a game that's tightened right up as well.
Yeah. And that's what we say, is once you start keeping your eye on your singles player, and it is getting a little bit out of reach, you tend to drop your concentration and it's brought the Northland team back on track here. But yes, tomorrow is going to be good. Is there a semi pre-draw done already, like Section 1 plays Section C or something like that?
I think
Alex?
so. I don't
people
do
have been
the.
asked. No, neither do I. And Colin's a long way away. Hard enough doing this
It'll
job.
be in the conditions of play somewhere.
Yeah.
I know the section play semi seeded,
Just-
based on the last year's qualifying positions. I'm not sure about post section. It's a good question.
You're just more or less filling in time while we're talking, Alex. That's all.
Where are we? There we are.
Because I feel in some of the events, you may see them. They're all on the same points, but there'll be like games won.
Yes.
Is going to be a real crucial. So, just say for instance that we're just trying to work some while the players are playing here is like just say for instance here with Northland, they could possibly get in if they win their just say the pairs and the singles. That's 2 game wins. So, and if it comes back to count back and their fours win, that's 3. So they've actually won 3 games. So it actually becomes quite important to win a game, not just win 2-1. Oh, Diane's very agile, isn't she? She got down there on her knees and she's measuring, and I'd be calling the umpire, let him do some work.
Rightly so.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who's got shot here, you know. Just the one, is it?
Oh, I'm not sure. Decisions.
I think it's just the one, mate.
Yeah, we'll put the one up. So 21-12, we think the score.
This is the first time we've seen that our Mark hasn't got any lollipops. Has he
I
got a
thought he had
lollipop?
enough to do today.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the finals day, we'll have lollipops, Pete, but we don't want to.
I thought we'd have 2 people out there and one
2
doing the
people?
scoreboards. You know, I'll make it difficult. It's what the viewers want to hear, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah. as difficult, as challenging as possible.
I know.
And yeah, the post-section draw is seeded. Pete, I can tell you that. Don't know how,
That's right.
but it'll come down to your finishing place in the full section, so it'll just all work
I just get
itself
these
out.
random texts coming in now, left, right and centre, you know. All the armchair.
Oh, if you go to
I know.
the Bowls New Zealand website, there is a cover photo that says Intercentre, and you click that, and you can find the conditions of play. Conditions of play are things that you enjoy reading. You can read to your heart's content.
I'll be more interested in reading this Bowls in the Decade tonight.
Yeah, you're welcome to take that home, Pete. The Bowls Through the Decades, written by John Carter for the centenary of Bowls New Zealand in 2013.
You say take it home, do I have to take it back?
Oh, yeah, well,
You've got to be careful.
sometimes you feel like the accommodation is the second home. It's a really interesting format, the Bowls Through the Decades book, because what John did, as the name suggests, is it's chaptered by decades pretty much. He goes through the decades from the 1900s through to 2013, and every year he outlined a few interesting things that happened in that year and intersperses it with photos and special stories, so on and so forth. Very well written. It sort of accurately tells the history too. It's easy to forget that the Auckland Bowling Club is the oldest bowling club in the Southern Hemisphere, is still going. I think it was founded in about 1861 by a group of Scottish immigrants, and it was the only bowling club in New Zealand for about 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
It sat just by itself in the Auckland domain, and the North Island wasn't really where bowls got its start. It was all the other Scottish immigrants in Dunedin that moved from home to here and thought, well, we we enjoy bowls back home. Why can't we play it in New Zealand? That kicked it into gear. We had Auckland and New Plymouth as two of the oldest bowling clubs in New Zealand, and then a scattering of other ones in Auckland, but largely the game flourished in Dunedin and its surrounds. That's where we started.
And getting back to the Auckland bowling club, it's actually thriving at the moment with the players they're getting there. They've just won the Auckland Interclub
Yes, the
finals,
defending national interclub champions. Yeah.
And not only that, to promote the game a bit further and introduce it to the office people around the area, they've put in a synthetic green there, and it's just taken off. And as everyone knows, it's Stanley Street, right opposite the tennis club there. And for many years, they were able to use the car park there, and there was a fee. And I think that's helped a lot to their contribution to how their success is now with their money that they've got, and a few of the players that are getting involved there, and it's starting to take a head, and it's going to be it could be one of the leading clubs in Auckland for a few years now, the way they're generating. As you know, Olivia come over from Australia, and it's starting to take off. And that's just something about the Auckland Bowling Club that...
Great to have the oldest club in New Zealand still going strong. It's interesting. I think the measure just exploded. I'll go back to my conversation. It's interesting when you look at the walls of the Auckland Bowling Club, and the Bowls New Zealand office is in Ponsonby, and that's the second oldest bowling club in Auckland. It was founded in 1893, which is the year that women got the vote in New Zealand, but irrelevant to the story. But when you look at the officers and the singles winners, etc., it's a lot of the prominent business people from Auckland, and that is the case in old bowling clubs. It was a activity that could be partook in from the 1880s through by your really prominent members. James Pascoe from the Jewelers was one of the prominent members of the Auckland Bowling Club, and they still hold in the Pascoe safe the Auckland Bowling Club's presidential gold chains, and I'm pretty sure Pascoe sponsors it, and that every time there's a new president, a gold link gets added to those chains. It's been going since 1861. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah. It just goes to show just reminiscing here while they're measuring then, it's like the wealth to some of the clubs like the old Remuera. They used to have a big tournament there with about 4 or 5 greens, and it was called the Hugh Wright Force. And then you had the Epsom Gold Cup, these old established clubs, and they are still around. To what extent and how long they're going to be still here, I would not know, but it's great to see them still there and haven't packed up. But I think a lot of that is, it's the tradition of some of the bowlers that have joined their club. They keep that tradition going where some of the other clubs fold.
No, it's important to know where we've been, I suppose.
Every club I've joined is closed. So don't get me to your club. Kahu Bay.
Don't you be coming to Point Chev.
Kahu Bay, Hillsborough. Well, actually, I can still claim that Odihanga because that amalgamated. So, and they're the only 3 clubs I've ever been to, and it's only because of situations where they have closed. Like a Kahu Bay has a lot of memories with me there, and great times, and we had some very good bowlers.
The premises is still there for a Kahu Bay,
yes,
isn't it? What's it used as now? Is it a community?
It is for the hill up there, which we call the Bastion Point, and more of a community hub now. There was a few of us got involved that we're actually trying to get it, and because it's all council land there, and a lot of the Māori land as well. We still want to have it as a lot of memorability there, that we're going to have a little corner, and it's going to be known like the Kahu Bay Bowling Club. It's going to be a little thing there. So it was different things there. One of my memories there, and some viewers would understand a Kahu Bay in the time when we actually won a national fours there. We got greeted and we had a haka, and they welcomed us in with that. It was great walking through the path and laying down everything. It was brilliant, and
Special memories.
Oh yeah, that's the clubs where they looked after you in the day, and fond memories.
So 22 12, the score now.
Yeah. Diane's still got a bit of a fight on the hand here, because Bonnie just needs to touch the jack here, and she could grab a 3. So she still, she gets a 3 on this. It's like another. Here we go too. Look, it's pretty close here,
That's what
Alex.
we've seen all game.
Just got to touch this.
Oh,
great effort.
Zipping past.
Yes, great effort.
Would have been worth the 3.
3, yeah.
I don't know, I just feel Diane's too close to 25 to let Bronny roll over top. But I wouldn't be surprised if the final score's 25-17, 25-18 sort of thing.
Front bowls. They're pointing to the front bowl as the... That was very good of Bronny then. I applaud her for that. Without hesitation, she just basically said to Diane, yours is the second shot. They're not mucking around and looking around backwards and forwards. So
it's been nice and practical, isn't it?
Yes. You get some people... I know you are desperate for shots and you try any measures, but when you're at this level, you've got to respect one another. Well, that's what we've got to do at this level. You've got to respect every player you're playing against, because that's why they're here. They've all won something.
And it's enjoyable to play at this level too, Pete.
Well, you don't hear any niggly things, do you? Like a bit of animosity, or
honestly,
you pick mats up and there's no fight about who's going to measure. You just get down and measure. And
yeah, when I see bowls played it's not friendly, but when I see it played at its most congenial, is that the word? I don't know. But you have intercentres, and at the pointy end of national events, there is mutual respect, there's ability, largely there is sportsmanship and etiquette, and it's actually just an enjoyable event to participate in, because everyone you play can play bowls. You know that they're not going to do things like clap a lucky bowl.
No.
They're not going to ride your bowl to miss. They're going to acknowledge the good shots as you are going to acknowledge their good shots. They get what they play for, etc., etc. And yeah, it's harder to beat these people, but it's properly enjoyable, isn't it, at this Intercentre level?
And you said everything correct. There's only one thing you did miss. If you do play a flounder shot, they always acknowledge it.
Yeah, it's acknowledged.
They've acknowledged they've played a little bit of a messy shot, and there's no clapping to that if it's a bad bowl and they've come off. And as you hit it on the head there, Alex, it's all played in good spirit. It's not as if you come in and it's just a day or you played at the club, and they'll say, "Oh, you're lucky you got this," or "I was fighting against this," and they just come off, keep quiet, and have their little team talk. Yeah, that's got to come a little tad more.
Yeah, that should be counting. That's a good shot.
I think still one down. I think that bowl at 12 o'clock might be the shot. Well, the players can't say anything about the time. They've all been pretty generous with the time they've been given for this event, which is great. There hadn't been any tapped out on the bell going and all that, has there? So everyone's quite happy with that at the moment. In the format, they haven't heard any moans and groans, Alex. So,
yeah, a couple of the singles games have been timed out.
Yeah. Is that for a few kills, or most of the ones I've seen at the moment? Or was that the men mainly, or the?
No, with a couple of the women's games, but they went to 30-something ends.
Oh, that's not bad.
So lots of 1s and 2s. So
yeah,
it's unsurprising, and there's a massive timer on the wall that you can see, so the players weren't taken by surprise.
Yes, I think old Diane has got the game in her hand here. If she draws the shot, it could be 3.
Her first opportunity to score,
Get out of the way, Margaret.
to play a game-winning bowl. I think she's done it.
Yeah, the wind held that up then. I think she's got 3. And Muir is clapping, so that's very good.
I would say
The
that.
manager. I'd say
Yeah.
3.
Well, it's at least 2, isn't it?
The wind's really picked up now, so she'll be pleased to get off the paddock if it is a 3. Well, I don't know, because the marker's not walking up. Usually the marker could be quite adamant and just keep walking up and say it's only 2, so it's always a good indication if the marker's still standing there. And it looks like a 3.
1,
2.
2.
And this is the one here right in between by a foot. Here we go.
So that gets Diane to 24 of the 25 shots.
I think it's looking close. She put the one finger down a bit. We haven't talked about that little jack of diamonds that sits on Diane's.
Yeah, she's always had that on her.
Yes, the viewers there that see her with her lifter in remembrance of her partner there. Amazing how little things like this stick in our memories,
Yeah.
Alex. Oh.
What does it mean? There we go. So congratulations to Diane Strawbridge, who's won her singles match against the South Otago's Bronnie Cowie. We will be back very shortly with coverage of the end of that pairs game that you can see in the top right of your screen. Until then, sit back, relax and enjoy a little message from our friends at Just a Thought.
When someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen. You might want to give advice, but most people just want to feel heard. Be there. You don't have to fix their problems or find the perfect thing to say. Just let them know you'll be there when they need you. Let them know you get it. Let them know you get why they're struggling. Give them what they're going through. Knowing their feelings are normal and okay can make the world of difference. Offer practical support. Ask them what you can do to take some of the pressure off. Maybe you could make them a meal or do something to help around the house. Give time. Sometimes simply being there is enough. Hug it out. When appropriate, a hug can bring so much comfort. Talk it out. Offer to be their sounding board and kōrero with them about what they're going through. Remind them how much they matter. Let them know how much you and others care and how important they are. Remind them of their strength. They might not feel strong right now, so remind them of the strength you know they have. Help find them support. Offer to help them find the right services and support they need. For more information and to try an online therapy course, go to justathought.co.nz.
And we're back with coverage of the pairs. I'll click the right button. I think I've clicked the right button, and then I click that button, and we're happy days.
Right,
So it's 14-11.
Yeah, I think at one stage there the South Otago girls were just a wee bit in front then, and Northland have just come through flying colours here with the way Diane was performing that gave them the acceleration, and now they're in front.
It's funny how it can give you a little bit of a push, isn't it?
So I just gets a half an edge on that.
Just about.
Yeah, I think just that 5 o'clock, what's it now, about 5ish, that wind's just picked up a tad, nothing much, but it's been a glorious day, bud.
It's been a lovely day. Like I said, I put quite a lot of effort this morning into weighing down all of the tripods with. I've got two boxes of bowls each, just to make sure it didn't blow too much. And that bowl on the wide side.
Oh, there might be a couple down here, Alex. the way she was attacking that.
So Northland storming home here.
I still like the way the women play, Alex. They don't just kick the ball away; they put them on their rag.
I like, that's very good, isn't it? It keeps you keep track of the
The shots, you know.
how many shots.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you know. Two.
So 2 to Northland. 16-11 the score now. We're on the penultimate end. So must score territory for South Otago.
Yeah, and it's just what we were saying through that last game, Alex. Like, and it's no disrespect to the South Otago. You know, they lost their singles match. They're in the vicinity now of with the way the score is of possibly losing this. But Northern get up and win this, and then they get up and win their other Falls game. Well, that gives them 3 game wins, and this is what we're trying to say. As long as it's a win on your game, they could possibly come through on this good round they've just had.
Yeah, that's what they need. They were languishing near the bottom of the ladder, Northland, so they needed to win. 3 this round, and then try and have a good day tomorrow. And you never know. You never know what might happen.
So hopefully someone else steps up. But as we know in bowls, you don't want other people helping you. But that's the way in this format, and the quality of the bowlers here. That can happen.
Absolutely.
You know, in 1 minute you're at rock bottom, and then next minute you could be shooting yourself right up to second, maybe even first. And I think we talked about even a game that's a draw will get you through on some of these.
It can make the difference.
Yeah.
So this here is Pat Taraki from South Otago.
Yes.
And Christine King is her skip. And how about we look at the head?
Yeah. That's it.
And the other pairs combination is Wendy Sargent skipping and Karina Cooper off the front.
I think Wendy's been in the team for a few years now,
yes,
Alex, and I think she's played a bit herself with Diane in the championship events around, so she's no stranger to this event. I was going to do a bit of homework. I might talk about it tomorrow, but I brought down my book. I like keeping the books from over the time. And I've just noticed a few of the teams at the moment where some of the players aren't in it this year, but were in it last year, but are playing, and some that are from another centre playing in a different centre. So
you do get some movements, don't you?
Yeah. And that's what I thought when John was talking when Lisa up there. I just wondered if a few would just get up there just to win some centre stuff to get them involved to play in champ events that can further their profile.
That's 2 balls in the ditch from the South Otago lead. Pat, she'll be very disappointed with that on an end where you're trailing by 5, so you need to score. She'll have been thinking, I don't want to miss short, and unfortunately that's resulted in 2 balls too far past.
Yeah.
But you get given 3 in a game of pairs.
It's always hard when you want and it's no disrespect to players here, when you want either a 3 or a 4 in your last end, and your lead is so important, and they'll either play 3 short ones, or very similar to what's happening now. And it's not deliberate. It's and then there's 3 there. So
this is just not ideal. You've put 3 balls off the rink, and you're trying to chase a 4-shot deficit.
And it's not been horrible. I think it's the viewers would be saying the same thing. What's going on here? It's not wind, and it's not the green, guys.
Pressure does funny stuff in bowls, but obviously, not ideal here.
And she'll be hurting, you know. No doubt she'll have a wee look at her last cameo on the last end, and
I wouldn't.
Someone's going to tell her.
I've played, I've never,
I don't think
I've lost a few games of bowls on television, Peter, and it took me a good 3 or 4 years to sit and watch the entire game. No thanks. What a lovely bowl that is from Wendy.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what the South Otago skip
You don't want to be
can
dropping
manage here. You need to score. You absolutely need to score. You're trailing 15-11.
Yeah, just 2 or something. Give yourself a real chance. She's studying it, looking very closely at it. Oh,
Oh, the weight's okay on this penultimate end.
left-hander. Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Played a nice one for first.
Do you come across many an outdoor
Well,
her backhand both ways? You know, you
Yeah.
see the ambidextrous people sometimes.
look, it's quite a hard case. I'm just trying to think of the guy. There used to be a guy who used to say play your backhand, and then you put it in his right hand, and then when he plays your forehand, you put it in his left hand. So Ross Nestate was very good like that. Very could play both
Just
hands.
ambidextrous.
Yeah.
Sometimes with might get a shoulder injury, it's easy to go across your body on your backhand, but when you're trying to go away from your body on the forehand, that's when it can hurt. So I know there's people you might have a little bit of damage. You go a backhand both ways.
Well, I know a lot of, and
It's
when
fine.
I've been doing a bit of coaching or whatever, I know some bigger people find it hard getting around their body, and that, no disrespect to them, and it's very similar getting down. You'll start finding they'll only play one particular hand.
Yes, yeah. It's always interesting that backhand. If you were to survey 100 bowlers and said, well, if you had to pick a hand that you prefer, what's it going to be? Most people tend to prefer their backhand for whatever reason.
Yeah.
The forehand's the one that goes.
Correct. And not only that, as you say, how often do you hear a skip or somebody turn around and say, play your favourite hand?
Yeah.
You know, and it's very similar. I know a few guys, they can only drive on their backhand than a forehand, and they deliver on their forehand.
It's lovely effort there from the
Yes.
South Otago skip.
I think it might be just the one down now. Because she had good weights all her last bowls, and she corrected it very well.
Taylor Horn, who is here playing for Waikato, only drives on his backhand, but the way he uses the mat and how quick he delivers it, it can come in at the angle of a forehand shot. It hurts your brain. I played with him once. I was just off the front in a game of, might have been 9-ball triples even, and I was just sitting there twiddling my thumbs, and he said, "Oh, I'll drive it." I thought, okay.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, why is he on the backhand? But he took it from underneath the line, I think, and it just makes it literally the bowl would look like it's a forehand angle, but he just always just goes on his backhand. It's quite impressive.
The master of that was Danny O'Connor, and a lot of the older viewers would know this here. When Danny drove, he actually had a whip, and when it was just halfway down, it could actually go in at least a foot, and it was when any of the weight come off, and it would just duck, and it would just. He was like a spin bowler. He was like a spin, but very quick. He was one of the quicker guys around as well.
You can put spin on a bowl.
Yeah, I see. Ross Hesnake could put a top spin on a bowl.
It's easier. You get better reactions on carpet than you do on grass greens, but it's possible to put spin on a bowl. You can play with a swerve.
Yes. Was this the? Is this the last end? Or
Final
was it
end,
the-
yeah.
it
This is
was.
the 18th end
18th
now,
end,
and
yeah.
it's a 5-shot difference. Northland leading by 5, so looking for all intents and purposes as if it's going to be a match win to Northland, which will keep their hopes alive at this National Intercentre. Remember, if you're wondering, well, how's my team getting on at this event, results.bowlshub.co.nz is the place to go. And I would encourage you, the easiest way to find it is to just click on the ladder option along the top of your screen. I think it's maybe 4 to the right or 3 to the right. Click the ladder, and then as you would see in a golf thing, there's a line, a cut line, and the top 2 centres are the ones that are currently in the position to go through. And it's going to come right down to it tomorrow.
I would say there'd be some very interesting team talks tonight. The coaches will be having a little bit of a discussion and telling them where they're laying on the ladder, who they need to win, and maybe how many games they actually need to win. As I've known that we've gone in, we've got to say to ourselves, we don't worry about the 2, we just got to have a W. And I think sometimes we can get ourselves a little bit... excuse me, I'm just watching this direction here, yeah. We overthink the game instead of just thinking, let's get out there and just have a win, and that's the most important. Don't worry about how much, and then when it is really, really close, that's when you need a good manager that should be running around saying we need to win this by 3.
Yeah.
And or maybe it's a grand effort, or maybe we need 5, and then you can play some risky shots to win, especially when it comes to the last couple of ends.
Talk to me, Pete, about the Rafferty silver plate before we go off here.
The Rafferty silver plate, that he was sort of naturally played at Rafferty.
Oh, I'd hope so.
That closed down, and then that event there, they used to. I'm pretty sure they actually went and used a little bit of the Remuera Bowling Club as well, because it was so full.
Yes.
One of the staunch guys there was Pat Campbell, which is some of the other people would know. The Rawiti Club itself, well, that up and sold, and now it's apartments and everything in there as well. Is something else you'd like to know about that one?
No, that's about it, I think. It's interesting. It's one of the ones that you see around the place. I know Epsom still has their Gold Cup that you spoke about.
But I think the Rawiti Cup is, they actually went to a sister club for that event, and then they're actually holding it.
No, I have an inkling now it's been donated to the Bowls Museum.
I
think they ran it for a few years afterwards.
Yeah, and then it's not going ahead anymore, is it? The Rawiti Cup?
No, it's at the Bowls Museum.
Bowls Museum, yeah.
One of those other events that's got that huge amount of history. Same thing, I suppose, the Helliers, they have the Keys event in St Heliers, which is still run after LJ Keys, who played a Commonwealth Games for New Zealand in the 30s or 40s.
Yes.
Might have won a medal in the 4s, I feel.
The saddest club that I feel that went down around the Bays area, we call it, there was like a Kohu Bay, there was Parnell Bowling Club at Kohu Bay, Kohimarama. The one that really shocked me was Mission Bay when it folded. That was the Josh Dijon and mate, they had some Cliff Price Jones. We're not going to miss this last end, so reminiscing about the past, but that was a very shock. I think it was one of the prestige clubs that sort of went first that shocked quite a few of the bowlers when the era changed.
Josh De Jong was amazing. He was still playing bowls until he was he was 100 years old playing bowls.
Yeah. Karen there, she's involved with the Waikato team. She's very staunch, and she was a staunch Auckland player as well, and I was in great conversations with her about joining up with me about starting off in the Auckland Bowls there, scene there, and come on board with Leif.
She's a great bowler.
Oh, great personality.
And I think we're about to see
the
last couple of bowls here. So
that wind's just holding that a bit, matey. He's going to sit that second shot.
Yeah, that's a lovely bowl. Beautiful bowl.
Yeah.
We kill it and try again, I would suggest.
Yeah, I think that's the only option there, Alex.
Can't see a 5.
And in saying that, it's not just the Auckland clubs around. There's a lot more that have got a lot of history that have folded as well. So no doubt I'll get a couple of Texas messages saying...
as long as they remembered it.
So. Oh, yeah, it's it. And that's the thing, you can't remember everything, but...
Well, there we have it, folks. Northland have taken that match. Nice. They've defeated South Otago 17-11 in the pairs. Thank you very much for joining us for today's broadcast. We are back tomorrow with section play and then post-section of the men's event. Women's section play. I don't know. One or the other. Doesn't matter.
We'll be here. God willing.
What's important is that we'll be here. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you then.